Ah, fuck, man. I forgot to hit go live. Good morning, everyone who's been waiting. Soap and I have been talking, but I thought I was live, but I wasn't. Hey, Jim. Hey, RO. What's up, Kevin?
Okay, that's cool. This looks great. Okay. 4 have liked so far, 2 watching right now.
What are you talking about, Soap?
Uh-huh.
Hey,
All
Megatron.
right. Lightning page. Oh, shit. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Now, Soap is sort of having a conversation with himself over there. So just drive.
Yeah, it does sound like I was, right? But no, I'm reading the manifesto.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. 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 after reading the manifesto, I'm over here looking at the again more of opposition pages here, and
From what sources?
basically coping and seething. Really, this one shit called Men's Group. Uh-huh.
Oh, fuck me. I don't believe I've read Men's Group. So I don't know what you're reading.
Hell, I don't even know what the fuck I'm reading. Which is pretty much that. This is a website right here. After reading the manifesto, I was led to another damn website that seems to want to slam MGTOW and whatnot. So that came up.
There's a lot of that out there.
Yeah, no shit.
And like if you look at the mainstream sources on MGTOW, you're not going to find the manifesto. You're not going to find the writings of Stardust. You're not going to find the writings of Human or any of the other founding guys who were known as colors when they wrote it because they wanted to be like secret. You knew that already. Good morning.
Absolutely. Oh. Sounds like somebody's playing with a door stopper.
No, I'm on a narrow road and it's really fucking windy.
Oh, okay. There.
And I'm pissed because I can't drink my coffee on this road. I have to have both hands on the wheel.
And you driving an automatic, huh?
Well, yeah. It's not really an automatic, but it's not really a manual transmission either.
No manual clutch?
No manual clutch.
Oh, there.
Which when I'm parking, I absolutely fucking hate.
Ugh, I am so glad I'm not looking this shit up on no damn Google. All right.
Oh yeah, but Google's fucking useless.
All right. Google. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Get me over here. Mm-hmm. Am I still here, buddy? Oh shit. Let me pick it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. So that sounds like me. We're making sure I'm in. Good. Whoa, who else is in here with us?
Your Canadian conscience.
I have none. I've never lived there.
He's heavy, so
Hey, what's happening with you, Henry? Henry, not Henny. That's the drink. Henry, that's you. Oh boy.
Alright, I'm back. Fucking camp went insane for a while. God damn, it's windy, motherfucker, today. Morning, Shinobi. Morning, JR. Hey, put a 1 in chat if you guys can hear me, because I cannot hear any of the guys.
Can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay.
1.
Thank you. I've been having technical difficulties this morning. That's just one of the joys of StreamYards on a phone. We have the flashing red light. What is going on up here? Can we turn south again? Can we? Will it let me? Yes. Back on a decent road. Happy with that. Now I can drink coffee. JR, did I say good morning? Good morning, JR. I can't remember. Protect the herds. So how are you this morning, Demi? Sleep well?
Yeah, no, but I'm great.
You didn't sleep well, but you're great. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good day.
Yep. I was looking at my clock, and I've only got 8 hours left, or 9. I'd probably 8 now. 9 hours left when I started this morning on my 70-hour clock. I've been working too much, and it won't let me work more, which sucks.
No more money for you.
Goddamn government's limiting my earning potential.
Yep.
That's their purpose.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you're driving, Emmy.
Yep, I am.
Oh, and Sam Fisher, good morning.
Good morning, Sam. Morning, Ralph.
Oh, and my Sam woke me up at 4.
Oh,
Senor Trubla, I have to pee.
I have to pee.
Then it was 30 minutes later. Senor Trubla, I have to pee.
Oh,
And then 30 minutes later, Senor Trubla, I have to pee. And we fucking went out and pissed 3 times. I really wished I had a doggy door on the truck today.
just let him out. When's his last time he went out for the night?
Oh, we, right before, I always take him out right before we go to sleep.
So how many hours did he get before 4 o'clock? Is what I'm asking.
Whew. 8. He did good.
Oh, you did a full 8 hour? Okay.
Yeah, he did good. I just wanted to sleep.
Right. All right.
But he was like, I'm awake. You should be awake.
You should be awake too.
But now I'm awake and driving. And what's he doing?
Sleeping.
Sleeping.
Yeah, you bet. Poke him. Say, if I'm awake, you should be awake too.
It doesn't work that way. I gave Soap some food for thought. He's having a 3-course meal.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't choke.
Well, we were talking about the effect of the gynocracy on homosexuals. And I gave him the link. I gave Soap the link to the MGTOW manifesto, and he read that. And now he's following the rabbit hole.
Right.
Oh no, I'm out of it, and I'm talking
Oh,
with
you're
you
out.
right now.
Oh, you're out. Okay. I thought you were still
So
reading.
yeah, I mean, homosexuals are affected by the gynocracy. Their very origins as to how they became homosexual is as a result of, gynocentrism dropping the ball. A lot of that shit does come from feminist households. Some come from poor supervision in traditionalist households. But yeah, I mean, no
Yeah.
one's disagreeing with you there. Yeah,
No.
of course they're affected by the gynocracy and
Right.
gynocentrism as a whole.
And like we were talking about earlier, before I was stupid, didn't hit the play button, and you all didn't get to hear it. Everybody is affected by the gynocracy because we don't live in a patriarchy. We live in a gynocracy.
That's a fact, yeah. I mean, you get no argument from me on that.
No.
Now,
I know that. I know that.
Hey,
But it's
Sam.
because one oh hey, good morning.
what's up?
Morning.
Sorry. I was having a conversation with my aunt.
Oh,
Didn't realize you guys had me on.
Yeah. Well, mute yourself, have your conversation with the aunt, and come back.
Yep.
Anyways, you were saying Soap.
so yeah, I mean, that this is true. Water's wet, but I don't see anywhere in this in this, what is this, the manifesto, it says anything about homosexuality though.
No, it doesn't.
That's because it's not within the tenets.
What it does say is the very first bullet point is it wants to promote masculinity in men.
Okay.
And hang on a second, I'm navigating.
Any deviation from the tenets is just unacceptable. Nobody has the authority to change them, in my opinion.
Okay.
I'm going to mute you, Hemi. Sorry.
Oh boy. Audio discipline, gentlemen.
Yeah, that'd be Sam getting muted. And, there's absolutely no reason why, homosexuals can't have their own movement. In fact, they do.
Yeah.
And there are lots and lots of all right, somebody's got some light.
It's not me.
Okay, it must have been Sam. Or, anyways, there's all kinds of online communities of homosexuals talking about how their lives are affected by society of one type, shape, form, flavor, or another. And this is, not the group for them. This is a group for men who have been affected by the gynocracy, by the divorce courts, the child family courts, to prevent men from being taken advantage of in said courts. To prevent men from being seen as expendable, to kill the idea of chivalry.
Mm-hmm.
Because men are expected to uphold chivalry while women are not expected to uphold their part of chivalry.
Good, cool. We're good so far.
Okay? And to promote masculinity, you have to actually be masculine. And being a homosexual is not a masculine trait.
All right. It's not.
Dressing as a woman is not a masculine trait.
No. Ain't no more to it.
Well, being female and dressing like a man is not a masculine trait.
All right.
So to promote masculinity, which is the very first bullet point in the manifesto, it is exclusionary of homosexuality. The second point is to promote femininity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that we don't hear a lot of on the MGTOW channels. It's how do we promote femininity?
How do you instill it? By making them nurturing, supporting, and responsible.
Yeah, but
like the bullet point says, right?
Yeah, but how is that done? What's the mechanism?
Okay, let's dig a little further. Making them nurturing. Okay, hey lady, this is your role. Nurture your kids. Supporting. Hey lady, your role is to support these people. Yes, especially this guy right here that you call hubby in your family, or this guy right there that you call boyfriend or whatnot, or people in your family, and be responsible. And responsible. That's that last part, right? And that's be held accountable for your shit, lady. Isn't that instilling femininity in women? By making them nurturing, supporting, and responsible? Man, I'm a little curious on that one. Is that right?
Well,
or?
We say that, and but we haven't been successful with it. There's been some success in promoting masculinity. There's been some success in saying, hey, if you ladies aren't going to play your part of the game, we're just going to take our ball and go home. Look at all the bridal shops closing down, the jewelers that are closing down. That message is getting.
Okay.
So, there's something going on with your mind.
I mean, you cutting in and out.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of crackling and popping coming from your microphone. So I don't know what's going on with that. Then the third bullet point is limited government. And we've been a complete failure at that. Yeah.
Now you're doing great, and I can hear you. You're not cutting in and out anymore.
Yeah, I think the problem's on your end today. Because I'm getting a lot of crackling and popping coming from your microphone.
Strange that. I'm wired in, soundproof room, connected to phone, high connection. I don't know, man. I'm not mobile.
What it sounds like? It sounds like the mic is rubbing on fabric or a beard or something like that.
Let me restart it.
Audio discipline, gentlemen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Snake. Morals, values, ethics, and principles. That's the answer to almost all these questions. All right, welcome back, sir.
Okay, we started in brand new, hardwired, and here it go. How about now?
It sounds much better.
Sounds fantastic now.
But really, it's only bullet point one that's cogent to the talk we're having today about how homosexuals are affected by the gynocracy. And it's my, and I think you guys are in agreement with me, but I could be wrong. It means that they can be aware of the big lies that are told to everybody. And by being aware of the gynocratic nature of our society and our government and our system of laws, they can develop their own strategy for dealing with that. My contention is that just because they are affected by the gynocracy does not mean that they need to become part of the MGTOW philosophy. They can be aware that the philosophy exists, but they shouldn't think that they have any type of voice in it, or be able to modify the philosophy in any way, because they are not affected by the gynocracy in the same way that normal men are. Big homosexual men and trans men, trans whatevers, I don't even want to call them men, don't get married and have children unless they're in the closet. If they're in the closet, that's where it gets a little bit freaking weird, you know. Take a guy like Bruce Jenner. He spent the majority of his life telling everybody that he was a straight man. He was an Olympic athlete. He had children. And then when he was damn near 80, he says, I want to be was it damn near 70? No, he was 70 something when he did it. It's like, I've wanted to be a woman my whole life. You know, we can't look into people's hearts and see, hey, you know, that they're leading a secret life. So we just have to take people at face value at that point in time. But once they come out, they lose membership. I guess it's not membership. They lose a voice in the philosophy. You know, their opinions no longer are pertinent. Their arguments are now flat because they are not playing for the same team anymore. You know, how do you deal with somebody who's that duplicitous? Or who has taken it upon themselves to hide, maybe even from themselves, what they feel they are inside.
Okay.
That's my statement. You find any fault with it?
No, not really. I mean, I think we're in agreement that gays and any types of homosexuals and transgender people cannot be MGTOW. I mean, you know, should I get promoted to the rank of Captain Obvious? I don't know.
Well, I
But
wish it was obvious.
I got a question though. Can they at least be allies?
You can have whatever friends you want. You know, you know, we're not a group. We're not a movement. We're nothing but a philosophy, right?
Cool. Can they hang out in our communities?
They can hang out on your channel if you feel like it, but they can't hang out on mine. And they don't get a voice in the interpretation of the philosophy.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to accept that there are trans MGTOW, as some people are saying there are. I'm not going to accept that there are based homosexuals MGTOW, because
All right.
they're not.
Straight
You
men
know,
only. Straight men only. Okay.
normal men only. Yeah. I'm not even going to use their language. That's their language. Straight.
Heteros only.
Yeah. Heterosexuals. Normal men. I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm not saying that they're deserving of any type of spite or ridicule. But when they want to come and dance around in this philosophy and shit all over the place and make it all about themselves, I'm going to say, fuck that. No way.
Yeah, I would agree too, because it's not cool.
And whenever you have women or any type of sexual deviants that believe that their sexuality is political, they come in and they fucking shit all over fucking men's spaces. I'm not going to put up with it.
That's cool. Neither the fuck am I.
Because they are sexual deviants. And they are, according to the Bible, if you're a religious man like I am, they're degenerates and they're going against the will of God. It doesn't mean that Jesus won't accept them back into his arms if they go forward and sin no more.
True that, but that's not a part of the MGTOW manifesto. That's a
No,
part
it's
of your
not.
own religious preference.
That's right. That's why I said that. Because if you're religious like me, that's
No. And I'm atheist, and I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm not going to force my beliefs on anybody either. Just how I could operate my life.
Okay.
Because there's nothing in the manifesto that talks about what religion you've got to be. That's not in there. We have some philosophers who have added the morals, values, ethics, and principles statement, most famously Hammerhand. And a lot of the origins of the morals, values, ethics, and principles that Hammerhand talks about come out of the Bible.
All right.
But you'll find a lot of that stuff in the Torah. You'll find a lot of that stuff in the Quran as well. I have not read any of the works of the Hindus. I've not read any of the texts.
I have. So
Of,
I have, of course, the Upanishads, the
Taoists.
Gita, all of that. I've done that.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Back to this though. Did you? How did this shit start with you and Iridium Kush? Now this is before you pointed it out on the live stream with that one fast Dak, and we were talking about Post Kebab and what Post Kebab was going through and what we had seen in that Post Kebab thing. What was your opinion toward Iridium Kush before that?
Before that,
Yeah.
I had thought he was a friend until he made that video back in April where he spurred out on a bunch of people. And then I
What
was
the hell was he spurging out about?
You'll have to go watch it, man. He's got some issues.
What was memorable enough to piss you off out of that?
Well, it didn't really piss me off. I just sort of put him on ignore after that.
All right, what did you hear to make you ignore him?
Well, he was thinking that he was seeing conspiracies that were directed against him, and
kind of like that David Icke shit, or the Illuminati shit, or something like that, or
he was thinking that people were telling him how to run his channel. Oh, the only person I know of who told Kush that he needed to distance himself from that Mandy person, the trans Mandy,
okay,
was Rusty Rivers. That's the only person I know of who actually told him that. I certainly never fucking told him that.
Yeah, that
You know,
was a hit between
then
him and Rusty. Yeah.
there was absolutely, I had, and I was just ignoring him. He turned into a non-person to me at that point.
Yeah.
There was, the whole thing with me calling him out for the pedophilia it was not because I was angry at him. It's not some type of a vendetta. I saw somebody talking about fucking use, what I interpreted as child prostitutes. You know,
All right.
and
Yeah, that is
I,
some weird
I
ass shit.
I called it out. I called it out and I reported it to the authorities. There's no fucking vendetta about, personally against me and to Iridium Kush. I'm not using this as some type of a way to hurt him or anything like that. I saw some bad behavior and I called it out.
Yeah.
It's immoral. It's illegal. And for evil to prosper, good men need to just stay silent. I'm not going to stay silent when I see evil. That's another, that the trying to make it as a vendetta between myself and Iridium Kush is part of their argument. That's the narrative that they're pushing. It's not exact. That's not what happened.
Wow. Yeah, man.
The only
That's
one in that group that I hold any animosity for is Bullet for Teeth.
now. When did that shit start?
Oh, that shit started when he was promoting Tailor Made Man, who was going after MGTOW,
Okay.
and also accusing myself and a bunch of other people of having struggle sessions. Pointing to us all and saying we're a bunch of communists. Fuck you.
Uh-huh.
You can eat a dick, motherfucker.
Okay. Yeah, this tailor-made man. That this guy looks familiar. Wasn't he called something else?
Uh, but Bullets has been a shithead for years. He was the one that was hanging around the MGTOW dictionary when they were doing their shit and ripping people off.
Oh, who else was ripping people off and was hanging out with MGTOW Pictionary?
MGTOW dictionary.
Oh, I've sunned that motherfucker. I've roasted Pictionary before. I call him Pictionary, bro.
Fuck yeah.
But who
He's
else
a
was with
scumbag.
him? Oh, definitely. I let him have it 2 years ago. Anyway, y'all in the chat know. Yeah, I let that motherfucker have it. But there was
Yeah.
There's this
That's that.
alliance and shit. Bullets for Teeth is with these scum motherfuckers, and he's
Yeah.
cool with that, and Hormaxer and all of this shit. Well, Tailor Made Man is, but I don't want to go too far into that rabbit hole though. But back to this fool, Bullets for Teeth though. I mean, shit. First time I've heard about that name though. Shinobi Wan, if you're still here, man. Didn't he used to beef with a few motherfuckers off in your Discord?
Yeah, they fucking lied all about Shinobi. They love to go in and fucking do everything they accuse people about, right? They love everything they accuse somebody of. They're doing it to somebody, right? They're
Okay.
fucking trying to assassinate Shinobi's character. You know Shinobi. I know Shinobi, right?
And they got no business saying or any of this bullshit without any without any evidence, just making assertions and casting aspersions and all this bullshit on on our guy. But yeah, I get that. And JLM. So bullets had something to do with getting Howard Dare in trouble. Okay, now as far
Huh.
as I know it right now, this is conjecture to me. These are assertions to me. You know, until I see the hard concrete on that, yeah, you know what I'm saying. I would like to see that. But then again, yeah, Bullets for Teeth's name, it came up quite a bit, like around sometime this, like damn beginning of this year. And this is this is how I came to see what this fella was about. And he would troll around in Shinobi Spot over on Discord.
Yeah.
So that's how I came to know him. But you know, so how you came to know this guy, or came to know of this guy, was it's kind of the same way, or you
Yeah,
know.
kind of the same way. Mostly, I really didn't pay attention to him until he started fucking palling around with Taylor made man.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
that whole thing with Vengeance was just absolutely disgusting. He wrenched up fucking Taylor made man and just basically told everybody, if you love Vengeance, if you respect the man and stuff, fuck you. You're nobody. See, I got this guy to take down his video.
That was kind
But
of
he,
like the
but
same
they,
shit Max was
yeah,
popping. Yeah.
yeah. You know,
Okay.
and I don't like it when people disrespect the dead, especially somebody who is as iconic and gave me peace when I was thinking about sucking on a shotgun.
I mean, this guy didn't, so much as hurt a damn fly unless the fly was flying around this motherfucker's face. I mean,
No,
he was into botany, horticulture, agriculture, permaculture, which was going to be his project that he talked about a lot before he died. And he had, Bitcoin insight here and there. He kind of got me
yeah,
started on that shit, but that's venture, neither here nor there. But what
yeah,
Hormaxer was on and shit was like, I don't know. It sounded to me this guy was speaking out of jealousy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and thought it was some sort of cult of personality just because, the man's gone. He's no longer with us and shit, and he's off the planet and whatnot. And he didn't like the fact that we all reached out to him and held him in high regard, and he was one of the air quotes OGs of the YouTube part of the MGTOW community.
yeah.
And Hormaxa didn't like that. And so yeah. And then I got wind of it through Hammerhand. But I always knew something was wrong with that Hormaxer motherfucker ever since that dude had that long fucking nonsensical name. And he would always spaz out. And he would sound, like an elementary black pillar, if you will.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to PUAs.
Oh nah, man. Oh nah, man. Those guys, wow. And that's really, in my opinion, what's throwing soil or just plain ass dirt and garbage and radioactive waste on what is the manosphere.
Well, those guys have taken the knowledge of the red pill, you know, and they're using it to satisfy their bestial fucking urges. And they're also gaining validation from external sources. I'm a better
Most
whore.
notably female validation. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
They are.
by counting fucking bodies.
All right.
You know,
All right. That I
and
get more butt than ashtray bullshit, that they pop a lot. So I see
exactly
where you're coming from there.
right. So they are red pill. They are, that's why they are lumped in with us, is because they have taken the red
They
pill.
know what it is, but they take on Cypher's role in the fucking Matrix movie. They kind of like that guy. They're kind of
Yeah,
like that. They want to go
I
back to
don't
the plantation with a high position and all of that shit.
I don't even know if they want to go to the plantation. I believe they're trying to control it.
You
They're
know,
trying.
like, just like what Cypher's role was. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker wanted a high position of
Yeah.
authority in the Matrix and shit. Put me back in there with the blue pills so that I can, do all that shit. The Andrew Tates of the world or about that type of shit.
Yeah.
You know, that's the most toxic form. The Andrew Tates of the world, the Horror Maxes of the world. Don't mean to, name drop, but how the fuck are y'all gonna know if I don't describe it this way?
Well, hopefully it reaches some people, because I'm not a big. I've watched the first Matrix.
Yeah, that's where I'm
Uh,
basing it on.
then
Not the
I
sequels. Ugh, they didn't make sense to me.
and I watched that 30 years ago. So I don't know. I don't remember all that stuff about Cypher or any of that stuff.
Damn, that didn't come out in the 90s, BT. That came out in 2000. 99, right? Ain't but
Okay,
20
I
years.
don't know. I don't know when it came out. It was a long fucking time ago. It was
99,
before. It was
2000.
before I. It was before I got married.
Yeah,
So
99, 2000, bro.
99. So I got married in 2000,
There you go.
and
Right around
I
there.
didn't even know my ex-wife. So,
Yeah, that's
anyway,
right, Zachariah. Yeah. Like early 99. Um, cool. I mean, shit. That it's these types, the PUA cats. They like to they get on here and they and for the most part and for the past 6 years alone, they take they they're the reason why I'll just say that the manosphere is all shit, you know. And the reason I chose the to associate myself with the MGTOW community because shit, the the principles of it, the tenets of it, they already match how I'm living. You know, these, but when you get into, horror maxer mindset or fucking bulldog, yeah, speaking of mindset, yeah, that motherfucker, right? Getting into it, and it's just the McDonald's version of it all, of the red pill. I mean, the red pill is supposed to be the opposite of a lie. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be the truth. And one can't unsee the truth, but these PUAs are motherfucking glorified simps, a little toughened up, light skinned buppies trying to be Mr. Tuffy. I get all that. Though it it fucks me up though that some that are within the community that we happen to run around in and the spaces that we run around in, you know, want to take on the troll role, this trolling shit, you know, want to get a rise. They're on here to get a rise out of people, good folks like yourself, brothers in the chat and shit like that. And all I'm saying is don't let it happen to you, man. You know, stay steadfast and immovable. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
you got the
fucked.
tenants as the guidelines. Hey, that works for me.
Yeah, I let Billy get my goat.
Because he's Billy the Goat. I know him
Yeah,
too. He fucks with me.
but the good thing about Billy is he's only about 10% as smart as he thinks he is.
Uh, I don't. He doesn't come out. I mean, don't let that accent fool you. He doesn't come off as somebody, in my opinion, to you know, think he's smart and lord it over you. I will say that motherfucker is trying not to leave no stone unturned. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
some of us ain't. I mean, hell, every now and again, I gotta check my motherfucking self every now and again.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like how, when we had began this stream before you even pressed the play button. I was like, wait a minute, let me go ahead and pull up the motherfucking manifesto and give it a read.
Yeah, I think everybody who is into the philosophy needs to read it. You know, because when I first started watching this content, I'm like, what the fuck is MGTOW? What is it? It's a philosophy. Okay, well, what are its founding documents? What have people said about it? What have people written about it? How do we know that this is the group for us? Sure, we like the personalities of the people that we're watching, but what's it really about? Is there a hidden agenda? Is there some part of it that goes against the way we feel as people? Like you will say, and lots of people say this, I am MGTOW adjacent, or I'm sympathetic to MGTOW and stuff like that. And
Nothing wrong with that. I mean,
no,
that's
there's
cool.
absolutely
I mean,
nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying that there is, but when somebody says something like that, that means that they believe in parts of MGTOW.
all right. Or they hang out with some actual MGTOW and kick it. I see it as that too. Nothing wrong with that. I mean,
You know, there's
uh,
there's absolutely nothing wrong with hanging out with MGTOW or
I mean, there's nothing
uh,
wrong with me hanging out with red pill aware people. It's just
no.
that
Well, there's nothing wrong with you hanging out with anybody you damn well please. Actually,
there you go. Yep, there you go. That's right. The Nigga, limited government. Um, but the day that shit will happen, and I'm sorry to say, okay, one or two ways: war, and you start it the fuck all over again, or a dying off and an evolution of an all new class of libertarians in that game. The latter's much more, it, it seems a lot more unrealistic, but I'm starting to see a lot of them, I'm starting to see a lot of libertarians pop up, and that's
you're,
great.
talk, you're talking to one right now.
You're talking to
But
one right now yourself.
yeah,
But then again, I'm libertarian in principle. Libertarian in party? That's a totally different story altogether.
We're in agreement on that too.
Shit. Because then, because some take, limited role of government is open to interpretation.
Yeah. Sir.
You know, strange, but true.
Don't want to hit a school bus.
What's up?
Be bad.
RO, I see you. For the longest time, I did not know that. You see, that's another thing, man. These folks and their aliases. You know what I'm saying? If you're behind your alias and you used to be a really famous red pillar, content creator, do not be afraid to reveal who the hell you are on my channel. If you're at my channel, shit, because I didn't know Gunsight One. Somebody said that Gunsight One was Howard Dare. I didn't know that.
Oh, maybe he is, maybe he's not.
Let me see here. Snake said he had an ankle bracelet the last time he live streamed. Okay. And Snake also said that he was Gunsight One. You gotta, yeah. I mean, how'd you find out that they had that he's Gunsight One, Mr. Perliskin? Now the one that did fuck me up is where channel 1800 Dumb ended up being revealed to me as Frank to me, and not that long ago we had took over Flanders' stream.
Frank is also the cat who goes here and there.
Yeah.
Frank, even though he had that channel name, Frank has always been Frank. He's never hidden that.
Yeah, I mean,
God rest his, just give him some peace. God rest him.
Oh, so yeah,
He's not dead as far as I know. I just,
okay.
I want him to have peace. I want him to have the end of his life knowing that people love him. Soon he'll be, he's a very religious man. Soon he'll be in the arms of his mate. There'll be no more pain.
Sure. I mean, yeah, that's another thing too. Last time I spoke with him, he had a hell of a
72 sheep. 72 sheep upon arrival.
And that means what?
That would make Frank's day. Well, he's a New Zealander and he really had an affinity for sheep.
Yeah.
Dirty deeds. Nah, man. But didn't we joke about that one time, me and Frank?
Oh, you joke about that every day with you.
Constantly.
Yeah. One of the most genuine souls in this community I've ever met.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Frank gets to heaven, he'll be able to get his membership back to the petting zoo.
Yeah. He'll be finally allowed back in.
Membership, petting zoo. I'm not gonna touch that one.
It's a long running joke, so it's a long running joke.
I'm not gonna touch it. Yeah, I should have just fucking rigs, man. Yeah, we know. Anybody else? Yeah, and Hammer, if you are in the chat, bro, you do not have to, you know what I'm saying, you know, go under another name when you're kicking it with me on my stream. Nah, he's good about that though. You know, I'm not gonna blame him for it. I mean, because I do know him when he as pop culture rocks, and he does come through. You know, but
Well,
any other name
Hammer,
besides
you
that
know,
or Hammer is kind of
let
crazy.
him. Well,
Say what?
let him do his thing, because if he's running around, if he's in the chat, he's here in that capacity because he doesn't want to get swarmed.
Oh yeah, you ain't gonna get swarmed on my shit because it is not like I get as many people listening and watching as you do, BT. Trust and believe. It ain't nothing but,
Ah,
I mean, my shit is about as small as like 4 people, you know, where I've seen
my
you
numbers
go
are
have
big.
up to like 30 people.
Yeah. Well, most of the time, I get my big numbers because I'm on. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Anywhere from 10 to 30.
A lot up in and out.
True, true. Ugh. Says, notice how Gunsight
I'm
is
not,
never in a live stream
but
chat.
Hammer, he pulls in 1,000. You know, I'm not even in the same league as that man. He's playing AAA ball. I mean, he's playing Major League, and I'm playing AAA ball. Ain't even no comparison.
And I'm playing Little League, but you know. Um, shit. RO did not walk with no damn dinosaur. Shinobi one. All right. Oh shit! This is one thing I probably would have held it on until next month to ask. But do any of you fellas think that they're gonna try to you know, hit us with another one of these um flu season lockdowns and hype up you know what and other shit like that to put in your arm?
Mm, worked before.
Yes.
Mm,
Question is, will it be as accepted as it was the last time? That I don't know.
mm-hmm.
I'd like to think people wouldn't, but then on the other hand, you know, practice shows me that people are rather spineless when it comes to it. So I don't know.
Hey man, that would make it a 4-year anniversary, and you do know what happens every 4 years. You always got to put
The
out something.
Olympics?
Oh well, you know, elections.
Oh,
Welcome back, Sam.
Hey, well, what's up, you bud? I hopped on a psycho soap. Yeah, actually,
Psyche,
I do.
bro.
Frankie, all right. Um,
Psyche. So
oh, psyche, all right. It's small on my screen. um, I do think they're gonna try to smack us with something like that. Um,
I would think because it's an election year, just like they did with it
this time,
originally.
but I think you're spot on. I think they are going to. Yeah, because that's the only way that they can divert attention from the mania they've been pushing.
For the past 3 or 4 years. You're right, but I don't know, man, because 2020 is unique in the fact that yeah, it is an election year, of course, but it was also a census year. It's like every 10 years there's like this shitstorm of a crisis that happens. Okay, 2010, you had the fucking market crash and economic crisis, the so-called Great Recession. And then you back up another 10 years, there's 9/11. You know.
Yeah. Well, they do that because people paralyzed in fear are easier to control. I mean, go on any cop watching channel and you see a lot of people talking about their experiences being pulled over or seeing cops while just like driving or you know doing their work or whatever. And
Mhm.
the things that they're saying, it doesn't sound like people who believe they're protected by the government. It sounds like people living in fear of the government and its agents, like whole grown men who served 3 4 terms in Fallujah or Iraq or in the military, talking about their hearts start beating fast and their pulse. Like these are men who can take out multiple combatants at once with relative ease. Talking about afraid of the local government. That's not normal. That doesn't sound like we live in a free country.
No.
And it's not. I mean, it's a blatant abuse of shit your civil liberties right off the top, and then
Correct.
they'll have the nerve to tell you to screw your freedoms, or that bullshit that they pulled around the 9/11 time. Like, if you ain't got nothing to hide, what the hell you worried about when you go to the airport, right?
Maybe being falsely imprisoned or having your property stolen by unconstitutional um, practices like civil asset forfeiture.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I don't know. That's kind of like saying, well, if you have nothing to worry, if you've done nothing wrong, why would you run? Well, I don't know. Maybe a man who doesn't want to be falsely imprisoned or railroaded by a corrupt system would run away.
Right.
Just
It reminds me
my
of the time
thoughts.
when I was pulled over and shit, and this cop was asking me, man, why was you nervous? And I'm like, look at your uniform. That right there alone let me know that shit. Come on, man. you know,
Yeah, yeah, no doubt.
even if I'm totally, and I was at the time, totally legal, not even drinking, not even doing any of that bullshit. And I'm just, doing regular motorist things.
Yeah,
The very fact that I see cherries and blueberries in my fucking mirror gives me a knee-jerk reaction to go, hey, wait a minute, let me get the fuck away from this jackbooted thug.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. It to me. It's the same reaction as seeing a band of armed thugs who are, I don't know, belong to an extremist group like ISIS or Al Qaeda randomly hopping off an illegal aircraft and storming your neighborhood. What are you gonna do? You're gonna think, well, that's an enemy. They're here to cause me harm, right? I see it the same. Maybe a bad example, but you know what I'm saying. It's this. To me, they're terrorists. To put it simply.
I think the tyrants.
That would have been, yeah. That's a better word. That's what I meant. I didn't mean terrorists. I meant like tyrants. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Because
That's a better word.
usually the label terrorist gets branded on a motherfucker that is rebelling, really. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, to the British, our
terrorism,
founders were terrorists.
Rebel, or
Terrorist just means fear. Uses fear to push their agenda.
a
and
That's
that's
it.
what it's
political
supposed to
agenda.
be the definition.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
political
supposed to be
agenda
the
too.
definition. You're right on that. That's supposed to be the definition. But one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter. I mean,
Well,
to quote
if
That's
Mr.
why you have to
Reagan.
stick to,
100%.
no,
that's
no,
why you have
no,
to
no, no,
stick
no,
to
no, no, no,
definitions.
no. We have to stick with the definitions, or else the language means nothing.
That's right.
You're
If
right.
You can't
if
bend definition.
if somebody is using terror to get their way, if they're using fear to get their way, it doesn't matter whose side they're
It's by definition.
It's terrorism by definition.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Terrorism, as it's supposed to be described.
The parent terrorized their child, Put the fear of fucking dad in you. If you don't do that again, you're in shit. Still a form of terrorism.
But not our,
I don't know if I
widely
agree with that.
used. I mean, that's the basic sense of it. But
Yeah.
the definition that we come to know, is using political means, you know, fear in a political sense, that is
Because
terrorism.
the goal of the consequences imposed on your child for messing up isn't to make them afraid. It's to teach them
I'm not.
proper life
I'm not.
lessons.
That's not what I said. The fact of making them afraid to achieve the goal is terrorism.
I don't know if I look at it exactly like that. I guess you could apply the definition, but
By definition.
You could, but then again, you're absenting the political factor in it. That's all.
yeah. I mean, he's not wrong, I guess, in a sense, but there's the political motivation, or you could also apply a monetary motivation, but to me, that's kind of mutually exclusive with politics.
Well, actually, let's go back to the definition of the word. It's
Yeah.
the use of violence to promote fear in a group for political.
Yeah. The
means,
official definition: the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. That's
Right.
the official definition.
That is why disciplining your children and having them be afraid of getting a spanking is not terrorism. It's not for political gain.
I mean, if it's done if it's done incorrectly, it goes into the territory of abuse, not so much terrorism.
Right. That's a different story altogether.
It's teeter-tottering on abuse, not so much terrorism.
Right.
Well, I mean, I think there's quite a stark difference between abuse and doling out a swat on the bottom for something like, hitting a sister or a brother.
Right.
Or
That's
something
discipline.
similar.
That's discipline.
Yeah. And it is possible to go overboard with that, which some parents
becomes
do.
abuse,
Now, Hemi, would you read us the definition of tyranny?
Tyranny. Okay. Yes. What? Tyranny definition: a government in which all power is in the hands of a single ruler. 2. Harsh, cruel, and severe government or conduct. 3. A tyrannical act.
Okay. We find ourselves in number 2.
all are related to a government of some sort.
Right.
But it doesn't have the definition of tyranny doesn't necessarily have to be a single ruler in the.
No.
Well, no, it doesn't have to necessarily be the single ruler in regards to one person. The single ruler could be an organization or a group of people who collectively hold such power. In this case, the federal government.
That is not correct. That's not a single ruler. But we find ourselves in definition number 2 of the definition of tyranny right now. Now, could you read the second one again?
A government in which absolute power is vested in a single ruler.
Number 2, the second one.
That's number 2.
This
is number 2. Harsh, cruel, and severe government or conduct.
Right. That's
there you go. Yeah. That's what I was sort of kind of talking about, but because it's not a single person. It's a group of people, but it's a harsh, they're evil. No one can deny that.
Yeah, much like the office, authority, or jurisdiction of an absolute ruler. That's where it's not in the single ruler form. That's when it's more than just a single person. It could be a handful of people.
Well, I mean, I guess you could say, because there's nobody who can deny that the potato in chief right now is not in control. Someone else is calling the shots. I guess you could technically apply the single ruler definition to whoever's the puppet master would be.
Who is that?
Well, some people say it's Obama, but I personally think it's the WEF. Foreign powers are putting local entities up to no good here. My opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
I
you've
mean, I
said that
agree.
once again, you've said that a organization is a single ruler. It's not.
Nah, it's not in the. It's not fitting. Number two. It's not fitting number
Right.
two's definition. It sounds a lot like number three because the authority, that collective pulling that man's strings, is
Well,
exercising absolute rule. You know,
yeah,
how
but I
doesn't
would say whoever the head of that agency would be the single ruler in that context, right? They're given the orders from the top down, and then the rest are disseminating the orders or carrying out the orders. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just
made me think?
it is kind
Because
of
it could
hard to
be
pin it down.
concentrated on, because you did mention the WEF. We could simply just say Klaus Schwab. You know what I'm saying? That would be
True.
the single ruler
Yeah.
in the case. You know. So yeah,
Yeah. True.
you could say single ruler in that regard, but there are puppet masters pulling that fucker strings. If you really look at
You
it.
know, that's probably correct. I have no doubt about that. What what I see is
Hmm.
there are so many guilty parties in this instance, in this situation. It's really honestly hard to pinpoint one specific party who bears more blame than the rest, which I wouldn't say there is. But and that's all by design. If you can't, how do you fight an enemy you can't identify?
That's a good it sucks, but it's a good war tactic denying that, anyone targets. By being decentralized is one way you could look at it. But then again,
So
is it
would
not
you say we have a
centralized?
decent?
Mhm.
Hmm.
Say again.
I was going to say, would you say we have a decentralized tyranny?
Bro, that is something to think about.
I mean,
I
here's the
could say
problem with
that.
that, though.
Mhm.
Tyranny, by definition, must include centralized power of some sort. So, how do you centralize power while having the tyrants themselves be, for lack of a better term, a decentralized group?
Yeah, because they're operating within an authority and a jurisdiction or within an office, air quotes. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
Yeah.
always say authority is an illusion. Here in America, anyway, government doesn't have authority. They have powers and responsibilities. Powers derived from the consent of we the people, the government. So I would say that by the very definition of them claiming some authority, they've centralized power in theory, but they've decentralized in the context that they've spread out their agenda, no, their operations through enough different co-conspirators that no one person can be pinned down as the culprit. Sort of like if you go down or if I go down, I'm taking all you with me kind of mentality. You know what I mean? So if something does come of their usurpation of our autonomy, um, they won't suffer the consequences for their actions alone. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Okay.
I honestly don't spend a lot of time thinking about their methods. Just I spend more time thinking about how to resist what they're doing, how to speak up against it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be really wise, in my opinion, to just focus on the tactics alone, but it wouldn't hurt to look at the strategies. It wouldn't hurt
No
to look
doubt.
at that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, no doubt.
because taking a deeper look into the strategies themselves, you uncover, you know, you pretty much can uncover them. You can pretty much expose them
Yeah,
if they are there. I mean, or that person, that's authorizing this shit. Gynocentrism centered on the female. Gynocracy, government based on the female. Yeah.
yeah,
Shit. It kind of reminds me of these, these fucked up scenes that I've been seeing, and it goes into a good little audio clip or two, and yeah, sound bites are some persuasive motherfuckers. But when I had watched, it was a press conference. I think it was World Economic Forum related, or it was a G20 related type of a thing, and Biden was in this, right? And someone in the audience asked him a question, and then all of a sudden 10 different types of Karens were like Susans, or were like, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and then just fanning the motherfucker away, and just whisking Biden away. And that's a curious thing. That kind of reminds me of that. And I'm like, you know what? I think that's who's pulling his strings. That bitch is the right motherfucking arm. This one is the left arm. This motherfucker's the head and mouth and shit. And this motherfucker's the legs. One of the legs, and that bitch is the leg.
right,
It fucks me up because yeah, you would watch a Biden press conference and some journalist, even if they're from their side, really generally, and they ask them kind of a non-softball question, something that usually like let's just say about 15 years ago, any old politician will give you that canned politician response. But no, I mean, Biden doesn't even have the wits about himself, I say at least, and as it appears on the surface, to even address that, because I think they're afraid of
yeah.
the gaffes that his ass would make if he ends up answering that question.
You know what they're really afraid of, I think, is in his deteriorating mental state. They're
Yeah.
afraid that he's going to accidentally tell the truth. He's going to forget that he's been one of their co-conspirators his whole life, and he's going to expose something very gnarly. And I think personally, they're less worried about the gaffes because they know that the sheep will ignore that and they'll excuse it, and they'll cognitively be cognitively dissonant in their response to it. I think they're worried he might accidentally tell the whole truth on something. I personally think that's what they're more worried about.
And
And
it wouldn't
being
be
on
a
the
gaffe at all.
right, right, exactly. Yeah, and it wouldn't. In since we're on the topic of Biden, I earlier had mentioned civil asset forfeiture. You can look it up.
Well, the thing is we're not on the topic of Biden. We're not on the topic of any of these conspiracy things. You don't have any receipts, so let's go back to the topic we were talking about.
But I actually can
What's that?
point to proof of what I was about to say.
Another time, and probably a different channel.
All right.
This kind of stuff,
Fair enough.
I personally think there's something going on, but I haven't seen any credible evidence that actually points to who the puppet master is, because they're fucking good at it.
That's true. That's very true.
So it's all hypothetical, and when people start saying they without specifying who they is, it makes me go,
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I say
Gives them
they,
even
I'm
more
referring to the government.
shadowy. It gives them even more shadowy power. You know what I'm saying? When the
True.
moment I do it. Yeah.
That's I always say, when you comply with unconstitutional or unreasonable, edicts, as it were, you're lending credence to the idea they have authority that they don't have. Well, if you take a small example like the ATF, whenever they defend one of their ridiculous behaviors.
Okay.
One of the
How
things that
about
always
we go back to the topic we were talking about, which is homosexuals being affected by the gynosphere, by the gynocracy.
oh yeah, they're not affected by it really, in my opinion.
They live
I
in a
think they
political
are.
system that's a gynocracy.
I think they are.
In what way though?
And I said, and how I described it was how they came to be homosexual, or how they came to be transgender, or how they came to be that is not, your the not your, but the natural order of things, which is man, woman, opposite sex, let's go. But when you involve the gynocracy, right, a lot of them do their bidding, especially if they're on the left side of the fucking aisle, you know.
Hmm. What would you say would be their? What would you say? How would you say it affects them though? Because from what I can tell,
in a
the
positive
only
way.
effect it has on them is that they benefit from it.
In a positive way, it's still an effect.
Okay, fair
There's
enough.
one way, yeah, there's one way, and it affects them
Fair enough.
negatively too, because same gynocracy can throw them under the bus.
But their protected status of a minority status protects them.
Right.
Said
That's they're a protected class, quote unquote protected class. So I would say the only effects in that regard would be they're to their benefit personally, but that's just what I've seen. So
I've seen that, just like you have, but I've also seen the opposite. Like
Okay.
the old guard. It's kind of like where I'm going with old guard, new guard, where it's kind of funny how same said turfs are pissed about a lot of transgender folks when a lot of them feminists let them in the door, let them free to run wild. And that's an example of them being benefiting from it too. But an example of them being thrown under the bus by that is, I could give one example of the Republican governor, that GOP governor that got into that office for, with really dirty means. This guy has benefited from it, but the same group of the protected class is
Who are
also
you
throwing
talking
him
about?
under the bus because he's a Republican. I would be
Who are you
speaking
talking
of
about?
the oh man, I forgot this guy's name. I know he's Latino, Latinx, I guess, if you want to be PC
Shit.
about the shit.
Fuck that.
Can
And welcome to Oklahoma, motherfuckers.
Hey, my home. Love it, hate it, or appreciate it. That's us.
It's
Or a
okay.
fucked up version of Texas. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I don't know. I'm from that shit, boy. Okay, so there's Warford, that. Not that guy. No, not that guy. Hey, I didn't even know that. That's crazy. Not him. He's from New York. George Santos. There we go.
oh, that guy.
Yeah.
I'm from New York, and let me tell you something, man. All the crap that they've done, a lot of things like okay, the Second Amendment stuff. How people think, oh, the Supreme Court ruled with the Bruin decision, right? New York just outright ignores stuff. They outright ignore all of that, and that's
They
not
go
just
court precedent. I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
Let's
Man.
keep it on.
no,
Let's keep
yeah,
it. Let's keep it on. Let's keep it on the topic.
yeah. Well, it is. It's what I'm saying is so it wouldn't matter what they did here in New York. Everything's ignored.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm saying. The government here ignores the law no matter what.
Right, but
And
I
go
mean,
ahead.
So I'm not.
Psyche Soap was trying to say that this guy was somehow supporting the gay agenda as a Republican, but they shit on him. Is that right?
The Democrats are, you know, lobbing it at him.
Right.
And he's got,
um,
an alleged amount of 23 fraud related charges against him.
He's a
yeah,
politician.
that's true. And he was. I don't remember exactly how because it's been a minute, but I had some, as you guys would call it, receipts to back that up. Stored away on a hard drive. I'd have to look for them. It's on one of my backups. I can't remember how, but he was trying to push the homo agenda. That is correct.
All right. Though, I mean, would you guys disagree or agree that the Democratic Party is, is a, how would I say this? The key organization, more so than the Republicans, that are for the gynocracy? Is the Democratic Party the gynocracy? Would you say that it would be? Because I would
No,
call it to be.
I wouldn't.
I would personally say that it's all part of the Uniparty, and the entire political system is the gynocracy. It doesn't matter
Exactly.
if it's a D or an R.
It's
Yep.
a uniparty, and the Republicans in this Overton window shift is basically just the controlled opposition.
Yeah. Because if you look at the Republican policies, it's all gynocentric. It's all women this, women that. Men bad. Step up, suck it up, rub some dirt on it, get over it. Happy
The
wife, happy life.
traditionalist
BS.
the traditional
Yeah.
gynocratic shit. The
Yeah.
traditional gynocentrism, basically.
Yep. Like
Okay, I get
take
that.
New York. They said, oh well, a lot of the DV laws and the incarceration laws are changing, but you know what? They're not. They're not. Well, on paper they're changing, but still, though, it's being twisted to you. Like I'm a prime example of that. I went to take my kid to school, got hit in the head, was bleeding, and I'm the one who was arrested for it. And my daughter seen it all, right? Well, they still managed to twist those quote unquote laws to use against me.
Right. Well, let's keep it on topic. And
He is on that because
well, he's not a homosexual.
What was done or what was said? Was it something
The
related
gynocentrism
to
was used against me.
Okay, but when you got hit in the head,
Yep.
what was the motivation for that person to hit you in the head? Why did they hit you?
Because I was not allowing her to blatantly and outright tell my daughter that me standing up for myself was abuse to her mother. She would look right at my daughter and say, "Your dad's abusing us."
Okay, well, in this regard, no, that's the gynocracy affecting you, the straight man. You're not gay.
Yeah, but no, I'm not. But the topic is, whether the gynocentrism is just the Democrats or the Republicans. But
no,
if you look, a lot of
the topic
how
is
the gynocracy is affecting homosexuals.
Oh, okay. Well,
affects.
I guess the point I was making was just that no matter what way it's painted, protected classes suffer less. So I would say that the only effects that on them would be positive ones. But that's just my personal experience. You might know something different. I've personally never seen one of them thrown under the bus by their own.
Well, the most domestic violence happens in lesbian couples.
Lesbians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not disagree.
All right.
I mean, come on.
The most peaceful relationships are homosexual couples.
I would disagree. I would say straight.
Well, the
You know.
no, seriously, the statistics from the Department of Justice back
Yeah,
this up.
gay men.
No,
They're
he's
trying to
right. That's true. He's correct on that, though.
Stalemate. It's a stalemate.
You know what's the
Let me get this
common
call
factor
real
in
quick.
what's the common factor in violence?
Domination over
Usually the
another.
females.
Females. That's right.
And now, mind you, here's a question: if the gynocracy went away right now, how would that impact the homosexuals?
It would take 30 years for the ideology to change.
Yeah, it's true. But the question would be like, is the gynocracy the only reason they're a protected class, or are there some other underlying causes for that? Because if you think about it, who was the first protected class to rise up in America? I'd say that would have been feminists, right?
No.
No? Who would that be then?
The first time that we had class warfare in the United States was the indentured servants of the indentured servitude of the Irish.
Well, I didn't mean like.
Well,
Okay, what I meant was, who was the first?
That was the first. You know.
No, the first protected class, like the first class of people who rose up and were basically given special treatment.
The religious minorities.
Okay, you know what? That's fair. That is true. Yeah. Well, I mean, that depends on how you want to look at it, though, because when feminism started, wouldn't you say that was wouldn't you say that happened prior to the
No,
enabling of the
whole states were founded because religious minorities were being persecuted. You know, you wouldn't have the state.
All right, yeah, that's true.
You wouldn't have the state of Rhode Island if the Quakers hadn't been fucking persecuted.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. That is true. That makes sense. All right. Well, it still applies. What I was going to say is, once one protected class rises up, it's only a matter of time before you get another group that says, hey, I want those privileges too. And that same group will do anything to get those quote unquote privileges. Is all I was the only point I wanted to make. So it was sort of inevitable that we ended up here.
So right now we're on a battlefield that's been defined by our political enemies. You know, intersectionality, yeah. Make fun of it however you want. Intersectionality is the name of the game today. And if you want power, you have to fit within the changing, undefined fucking landscape of intersectionality. Which group or combinations of groups will give you the most protected status? You know, how can you use the state because of, and can you turn your TV or something off?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll mute my mic.
TV going to, yeah. You know, which group or combination of groups, which race, which sexual orientation, how do you become the most powerful within this intersectional landscape? And that's what they're doing, is they're defining these roles, but that changes. You know, whatever the crisis is, different groups reach ascendancy. You know, for example, my whole life since about the mid 1980s, it's been white man bad, white man bad, white man bad. And then all of a sudden, here this last month or so, we've got white guys being attacked by brown guys in Israel. You know, there's guys that came across from Gaza, killed 1,500 people. And the white guys are striking back. And we're having a big struggle between two special interest groups. Which one of them, which one of them is gaining political ascendancy? On the street, it's the Palestinians. But in the halls of power, it's the Israelis. You know, we have a religious minority mainly composed of white people, rightly or wrongly. That's who is in Israel, against a religious minority in the United States that's composed mainly of brown people. You know, what the fuck is going on with that? How do they figure that out? And you're seeing that play out with dudes like Ben Shapiro and the other bought and paid for mouthpieces of the Israeli lobby.
Well, Ben Shapiro has skin in that game.
Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. But he's trying to make it our patriotic duty to support another country who is not our ally. There is no official alliance between the United States and Israel. We have no mutual defense pact.
Remember the USS Liberty.
What does that have to do with anything? You know, why should we support these guys? We've been supporting them since their founding in 1947. They are the biggest recipient of foreign aid from the United States, but they won't allow military troops to be based there. They won't enter into any type of a alliance with the United States. They have sunk a Navy ship back in 1967.
Yeah, that's the USS Liberty. Yeah. They've outright aggressed against us. That's why I mentioned it.
Right, but we continue to support them, and there's both sides of the uniparty, the controlled opposition, and the party in power are overwhelmingly in support of Israel. But the popular movement on the streets is against it. Which side will prevail? That'll be interesting to watch, won't it?
I just want to come out and say I'm against both sides. I don't care. I'm for my own country and my own people. I say we need to mind our own damn business and worry about stuff here at home. Let them duke it out. It's their business. We're not allied with them. There's no official treaty, like you said, and they have outright aggressed against us. They murdered our troops. They killed people.
Part of the limited government portion of MGTOW means that I'm not for any of these foreign entanglements. George Washington warned us against these foreign entanglements, and look where it's gotten us.
George Washington is also the man responsible for the unconstitutional standing army.
No, there was no standing army after the declaration, or there was no standing army until after the War of 1812. George Washington was not president.
No, but he convinced. I did a whole post about it. He convinced Congress to form the first peacetime standing army, and his reasoning was to protect our trade and whatnot. But here's my question: why could not the residents of the colonies at the time?
That was Thomas Jefferson.
I'll have to go back and look at that.
Yeah,
I found some historical.
it was done in response to the Barbary Pirates.
I'll have to relook into it then, because if I got that wrong, I want to know.
Right, and that was the Navy, and then the Army happened after the War of 1812.
Yeah, right
when
around.
we were invaded by the British.
Okay. I'll have to look into it. You might be right on the whole Navy thing, but there was who was it? There was because Hamilton's committee was also made similar proposals that were also rejected based on constitutional arguments or constitutional concerns. There was more than one person making such proposals at the time, so.
What year did George Washington die?
I do not have that information right off the top of my head. It was, but
Hemi,
yeah, I can look it up.
That? The answer is going to surprise you.
Let me go ahead and hop on here, and I'll take a look at that real quick. Okay, let's go to here. Let's see. Move this out of the way. What
He was born.
year
There you
did
go. He was born in 1732 and died in 1799.
So, was he around in 1812?
His ghost.
No, hold on. What was the? Damn it! What was the name of the thing?
And then after we clear this up, we will go back to the topic of the day.
Since you're talking about the effects of homosexuals, gynocracy, I think we should have first-hand anecdotal evidence from. Invite RO up. He can tell us the effects. I'm sorry. I had to. But I didn't break the rule because he is here.
Yeah.
I'm looking up something real quick. It's a paper about the military called "The Formative Years." Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Did we lose soap?
I don't know. Possibly. Well, anyways, if
Anyways,
you're in one of these intersectional groups, the worst thing, power-wise in the political structure of intersectionality is to be in the is to be in the majority. And if we were a pure democracy, we would have the rule of the majority, or as what was it? Socrates said, the tyranny of the majority. But speaking of tears, here we have our very own results
Moisty
oriented.
Boy.
Welcome,
Oh,
sir.
Moisty Boy's lover.
RO, hello.
Can you tell us, RO, how the gynocracy has affected you as a gay male? Speechless. He's speechless.
Speechless. Oh, we had Sam. Nope, RO jumped out. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't like your reindeer games.
So, True Blood, on whenever you get some time, this isn't this is a excerpt from a paper. It's chapter 5 called The Formative Years, 1783 to 1812. It is by someone named Morris J. McGregor Jr., reprinted from American Military History, Army Historical Series, Office of the Chief of Military History, United States Army. And it goes on to talk about how let me see, let's go down to the specific spot that I was referring to here. George Washington, to whom Hamilton's committee turned for advice, echoed the prevailing view. And basically, here's what it says. She might also be hold on. I'm looking for.
Okay. Now, while you're looking for that, what we do? Because I was on the phone with my nephew, and he just got out of prison. Sorry about that, y'all.
No
Um,
worries.
shit. What, we changed topics, or what's
No,
the
we
going?
haven't changed topics.
Oh,
Sam
okay.
has led us down another rabbit hole.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. I
I
mean,
just
shit. I mean, this is what psycho things, man. Yeah, more often than not, the LGHD TV, as my man calls it, community, is on the surface being getting their strings pulled by the Democrat Party, but really it's controlled opposition, man. I mean, and it's a uniparty and all of this shit, and it's more government, big ass government to keep that going on to force us to do what we doing. And these motherfuckers really ain't. These folks in these communities, they ain't getting oppressed. The worst that they are really even fucking going through is getting made fun of and called doo-doo chasers and all this goofy shit. But other than that, man, yeah, they are affected by the gonorrhea. But shit, there are effects too. There are effects too, you know, and it shit like that, you know, and they're all over government. But I would like to expound more upon this shit. I'm gonna get the hell on up out of here, and because this motherfucker called me back, and it's nice that you had me on there, BT. And
Anytime, so
sorry about
anytime.
earlier. And what else?
Relax. You got nothing to apologize
Do that's all, motherfuckers. Bye.
Bye.
For anyone who wants to read up on it instead of, going off topic again, I just posted a link in the chat.
Thank you.
Yep.
That sounds like a good authoritative source.
I will say that it does not seem to be politically biased. It does kind of just seem to be an informational source, but it's from history.army.mil, which is the military history website.
Right.
Hmm.
All right. Welcome back, RO.
Speak, Peggy.
RO.
Woof, woof.
Woof, woof.
Can you hear us?
Take the dick out your mouth.
All right. All right. Here's a man who's been banned by the Pope from receiving communion. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, I wish all you huggers would have been there last night. The flames were about 40 feet tall.
Oh, I
Goat
fucking bet.
sheep. Oh, we were
Yeah.
sacrificing everything. We even had a picture of Justin Trudeau. Oh yeah,
Oh wow.
we were on
How-
fire.
How is Moloch these days?
Hello?
Yeah, he showed up in blackface.
Good one.
So, when did you become the Alex Jones channel?
I'm not. I've been trying to stop that shit, but I
Yeah,
called him
sorry,
out
that's
for
on me.
that. I called him out for that, just like I called you out on your view on Lutherans. You know,
My view on what?
Lutherans.
No, you don't want to get me started.
Yeah, I know. We had to go a couple of rounds about whether or not Martin Luther was a priest.
No, Martin Luther was a priest. I was confusing it with Calvin. But that doesn't change the fact of the other things that he's done. But that's not the topic for today.
No.
The question is,
Grinch.
what's in Brandon's rear?
Well, we answered that question yesterday.
Oh, you played it yesterday.
Yeah,
What was it?
I have shredded cardboard. 33 bales of shredded cardboard.
Okay.
Grinch, I'd
You
very
were-
much like to pick your brain on that topic some other time.
You were AFK for the game yesterday, green guy.
Yeah, you were eating dinner with Pappy.
Yes, I was. So that's all right. Somebody had to do it. Yeah, Sam, there's a channel from a man called Lloyd DeYoung, and he's that is taking all the old writings of Martin Luther that were in German that were never translated into English, and they're being translated now, and he's putting them out online. So that's my source of where what Martin Luther was up to.
What'd you say the channel name was?
Lloyd, Lloyd, de Jong, Dejonj, Lloyd de Jong.
Okay, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, he started as a with teaching Sharia law in Islam. He has a vast collection of Islamic books. He actually worked for the royal family of Saudi Arabia for 16 years. He's a South African man that now lives in Poland. He was a security specialist, and when he came to the United States to get his doctorate in the field he was in, and he realized that what he had worked in for 16 years and what they were teaching was two totally different things, and he spoke up about it. They dropped him from the course. The school dropped him. He didn't drop it. The guy actually lived it himself.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he's highly knowledgeable about Islam. He has one of the few Western copies of the Encyclopedia of Islam. That's a $50,000 book.
That's an expensive stack of papers.
Yeah. So he has access to manuscripts and that most people scholars don't even have, that he acquired from when he was in the Middle East. But yeah, one of these days we'll have to sit down.
You guys do that another time, because
so what's the topic?
RO in here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
I apologize for the previous technical difficulties. I am a retard.
Don't feel bad, RO. I got the same problem. I'm almost completely technologically illiterate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just thought you had to reconnect with Mike.
I was trying to. Okay, first Hemi, now Grinch. Y'all got jokes this morning, I see.
We're warming up for the Moist Boy.
I guess so. Go ahead, Brandon. Take your shots.
I got to go put the wash into the dryer, so I'll be back.
All right. And Grant, you should listen to this. I'm going to put this out there right now. Never trust anybody that says they have secret knowledge. Right? Never trust anyone who says they have secret knowledge. They are full of shit. I found that in every case where people have claimed such, they're doing it for their own personal gain and aggrandizement. They will lead you into bad thought processes.
The books of Islam is what the Islamicists call their secret knowledge. It's not what he calls it, it's what they call it.
Is that book available online? Everything has been digitized these days.
I don't know. I never looked for it, but it would be in Arabic, so I wouldn't be able to read it anyway.
Well, there's translations out there for everything. You can get a translation in a minute of anything that's ever been written. So we're not going to get into that today, but my experience in this world has proven to me that guys like that, if they don't show you, are not telling you the truth.
Oh no, he puts out every reference of everything he ever speaks about. It's on every one of his streams. Every topic has all the references of everything he ever used.
Well, this $50,000 book isn't one of them, because I've looked at his stuff after we talked about this before. So, anyways, the topic today was, does the gynocracy affect homosexuals? Or how are the homosexuals affected by gynocracy? And that was a topic that, oh shit, Psyche Soap and I were talking about. But Psyche left the building. So if you guys want a different topic, we can talk about something else.
I don't have a thought, but I have a question.
Sure.
Does the impact of homosexuals and the gynocracy have an impact on me that needs to be in my awareness so I can act accordingly?
I don't understand your question. It's too broad.
I'm sorry. Let me try again.
I could throw a joke in there, but I won't.
Yeah, go ahead. This is your stream, bro. Far away.
No, it's not fair. You've been getting picked on already.
I could take it. Thick skin. I'm just wondering, okay, yeah, homosexuals probably enjoy some privilege in the current gynocracy. Does that, if you agree with that statement, does that have a impact on me in any fashion that I need to be concerned about?
Yes.
Well, yes, actually. Because they are allies, the alphabet community is allies with the feminists. They are part of the gynocracy. You know, they are part of the oppression of the white male. They are given preferential treatment because they are going against the normal males.
Mm-hmm.
Their lives are more valuable than yours. In the eyes of the system.
Okay.
They have more rights. They have special laws to protect them. You can't even talk bad about them.
Can't question them.
Okay.
Can't criticize them. You can't even tell them to stay the fuck away from your kids.
Because that they deem as discrimination. A noble word that has been weaponized to do the very thing that it's against.
Well, it's one of those words that has been so overused and so weaponized and so just abused that it's sort of just lost all meaning at this point. Kind of like the word hero.
Like everything else, it's been perverted.
It's been
Correct.
co-opted. The word itself,
Gynocracy.
but it's the implementation of
Okay.
anti-discrimination has become discriminatory.
Like I always say, the government destroyed the family, pimped out the women, and then subsidized the subsequent single mothers. And I think largely, the majority of the homosexual population is a direct result of the emasculation and feminization of men here in the West.
Well, that's I don't know what the cause of homosexuality is. I don't know why a certain percentage of the population since the beginning of written records has been homosexual, but I do know that that percentage of the population has dramatically increased in the last 20 years. And that is, there's some things that have happened at the same time, and I don't want to assign.
Hey, you're 5 minutes.
I don't want to assign causality without causality without correlation. But there's things that have been happening that that we really don't understand. We've got pollutants in our food supplies and water supplies now that we've never had before. We have an embracing of sexually degenerate ideas without any ability to offer a counter argument. And we have that being taught to our children at a very young age. And there's, with the full acceptance and support of the state. There's plastics in the water, there's estrogen in the water, there's all kinds of fucking shit in our food that we don't know the long-term effects of. And it could be the changing social dynamic, or it could be a combination of all these factors. I just don't understand why it's happening, but I do know what is happening, and I don't like it. I see it as a extinction level event. It's happening right now.
I agree with that. Right now, the progress has been ramped up. For years, it's been slow and, lumbering progress. I think what's about to happen is we're going to see a drastic shift in, I don't want to say political ideology, but ideology in general. And that's going to span from that's not just going to be here in the West, though. That's what I think. That's my personal opinion. We're going to see a drastic ideological shift globally, And once that happens, what's going to happen is those who created the issue are going to make a desperate bid to maintain control, and it's going to cause a drastic increase of that mass extinction. I don't know. You guys' thoughts on that one?
Well, personally, I believe that there's going to be strife and mayhem, and one voice will stand up and pretend to be the voice of reason, and that voice will actually be the Antichrist. It'll be the end of time.
Mhm.
That's personally what I think is going to happen.
I have an example of that voice. This was shared in Discord server by MGTOW Smurf. It's a video clip of former New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, where she says, free speech is a weapon of war, and censorship is necessary to protect free speech.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
She's from the same school Trudeau went to.
Yep. And that school would be the World Economic Forum, if you guys are wondering.
While she was Prime Minister, New Zealand allowed over 11,000 of its key health staff to get COVID-19 vaccination exemptions while urging the public to get vaccinated.
And probably fought every public exemption.
And that's what we're up against.
And forcibly confiscated all of the guns, every single last gun, supposedly, in New Zealand. In the name of safety.
Yeah.
Because some guy that wrote a manifesto that was obviously contrived to offend the maximum number of people went on a killing spree.
Safety and necessity are always the tools of tyrants, despots alike.
Oh yeah.
Did you guys see the Chronic stream the other night? Who was talking about that presidential nominee? Here's talking about anonymous online posting and whatnot being a threat to our.
You're talking about Nikki Haley.
Yeah. Yeah,
well, when the guys wrote the Federalist Papers, they used pseudonyms. So, fuck her.
exactly. See, what she doesn't understand is like
when the founders of MGTOW, wrote the MGTOW Manifesto, they use pseudonyms.
Yeah.
So, fuck her.
Posting online anonymously is not something that everybody. I mean, I'm sure some people use it to do, rile shit up. But posting online anonymously is just sort of par for the course. We have way too much censorship. There's too much cancel culture. Just like Chronic said, it's not about wanting to, not stand by what you say. It's about not wanting to be persecuted and have your family attacked in public by some psycho mob because of your beliefs.
There's really no such thing as anonymity online.
That's true.
Yeah. If they want to find you, they will find you.
Yep. That's true. You know what really gets me though is despite everything that's happened, there's still an astronomical number of people that will eat this crap up with no second thought whatsoever.
I'm eating a fried egg sandwich. I'm going to eat this crap up.
Yeah.
It's
Fried
good.
egg sandwich. Yum yum.
Is good.
With bacon and a lettuce.
I mourn the unborn chicken you just obliterated from existence.
Mother didn't want it.
You know something, True Blood? I was just
What's
thinking
that?
about it, and I have seen an instance where a homosexual person was negatively impacted by the gynocracy. There was a guy that I know. He worked for a telemarketing company in the city here, and he was the only gay dude in the office. And there was a gaggle of women in that office, and I only know about this because my sister worked there at the time. But and yes, my sister was part of the gaggle. Um, where the women basically got together and it was just a group of just man hating, you know, misinterest nonsense. They'd get in the break room and God forbid one of the men that worked there go into the break room while they're there. There was hell to pay for it. Well, it was a rare instance where the gay dude was actually like, no, hold up. These chicks were like he stood up for the normal dude, right? He stood up for the guy. And you would not believe how fast they cannibalized that man. They turned on him so quick. And I spoke to the dude who they were trying to attack. They were trying to get him fired. And he was telling me because he used to hang out with my sister. And he was telling me, man, listen, I couldn't believe it. Like they were trying to get me fired and they were trying to get him to join in on the gaggle of man hating and whatnot. And they were trying to put him up to hitting on other straight dudes in the office to see, like, oh, you know, my gaydar or whatever they called it, to see if they were right about, you know, who was gay in the office and who wasn't, and all types of nonsense. So, you know, I could say that if somebody has that orientation, but they are largely not psychotic, I could see that, yeah, they would cannibalize that person. They would turn on them just the same as they would any normal man.
Well, they first tried to enlist them, or enlist him
Yeah.
as an ally. So
Yeah. Yep.
they just were women acting like women.
Yeah, but it's the behavior is a direct, you know, it's directly enabled by the gynocentrism. The feminist agenda is what enables this shit.
The gynocracy tolerates homosexuality in men.
Correct.
And,
As long as it's in line with the agenda.
and promotes it.
Promotes it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Would
And
you
the,
say
you
that
know,
Breitbart's law applies to a woman's allegiance, who she considers an ally?
of course.
Oh yeah.
Well, that implies that women have any sense of allegiance, which personally I don't think that they really do, besides to themselves.
Allegiance to their own cause.
Yeah.
You know, what they have, you know, is no loyalty. They will form temporary alliances quite easily,
Mm-hmm.
but permanent alliances, that's a different story.
What have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
So I guess you could say their principles are fluid.
Moist.
Which is moist, yeah.
About as fluid as their sanity. So that's pretty damn fluid. I was watching a video. I found a channel. This guy makes moderate's guide to insert whatever political issue. And this is one of the things he was talking about was the whole homosexual marriage and stuff.
What a fucking farce. Marriage is a religious concept, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Homosexuality, is it religious? Or is
No,
it condemned? Is it condemned?
Diametrically opposed. It's condemned.
So
It's diametrically opposed.
how do you go to participate in a religious ceremony when fundamentally you're non-religious?
Because
Exactly.
the secular state has usurped the power of the church by the granting of marriage licenses. That
Well, they still shouldn't call it marriage. That's what they call it, civil union. That's more appropriate.
Yeah.
that
You know,
is more
like-
appropriate, but that's also not what's reality. They call it marriage. It's a marriage license. It's granted by the secular state. So
Here's a question, True Blood.
they are using the secular loophole to insert themselves into a sanctified process. That's another reason
Statement.
not to have the government in your fucking life to that extent. Why the
And if you
fuck,
think about it,
why the fuck is the government concerned with who you're fucking shacking up with?
because if they don't, because they want to profit off of it. If you think about it, the whole separation of church and state should prevent this. Marriage is not something the government ever had dominion over historically. Am I correct on that?
Depends
As far
on
as
what
I know-
culture depends on what culture you come from.
America, here, the United States, the West. Because as far as I know, before, our modern issues, wasn't marriage a thing that was exclusively handled by whatever religious,
I don't know.
whatever religious figure?
I don't know the answer to when marriage licenses began to be issued by the government. We could Google.
Neither do I. I'm going to look that up. That's a good question. Hang on.
But it's been part, I imagine from the very beginning, because marriage was a governmental function in England. And that goes all the way back to when they considered serfs property.
Do you, okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Marriage license application records from government authorities are widely available starting from the mid-19th century. Some are available dating from the 17th century in colonial America. Marriage licenses have been required since 1639 in Massachusetts with their use gradually expanding to other jurisdictions.
So basically, from the very beginning.
Yep. It's a bit disturbing, but not surprising. As far as I understand, though, that's not how it's supposed to be. It seems like that's a violation of the whole separation of church and state clause. Because, like you said, marriage being a religious function, it seems as though government would, for government to require what's more or less permission, it seems as though that's the government saying, we're God now, get permission from us. Because otherwise, wouldn't the ceremonies just be held before, like a pastor or a priest or whatever?
Most likely.
I mean, right. So it's like one thing to officially record that a marriage occurred within a church under a ordained and recognized religious figure in government records, but it's an entirely separate beast altogether to require permission from people to marry each other.
But why the fuck would the government want to know? What business is it of the government if you are married or not?
It's not, but if they don't have their fingers in that pot, so to speak, then they can't profit from it. They would be unable to usurp the authority of the men. They would be unable to push the men out of the household. They'd be unable to create the divorce racket that they've created. The whole purpose is for them to profit off of it, to destabilize our religious institutions, our societal our societal values as a nation, and the whole purpose is to destroy, so they can implement their nefarious agenda.
Well, the purpose is to promote the gynocracy.
Yeah.
But
if you
look at stuff, you can boil things down to two words: one noun and one verb. Right? That's called root cause analysis. And it's much better to boil things down to their simplest terms than to get lost in a spider web of different causes that may or may not be true. So let's think about this. What is the best way? What noun and what verb can we apply to why the government is in marriage?
To fuck us.
Absolute power?
Absolute is not a verb.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's a descriptor. Okay. I don't know. It's a good question. I'm not a linguist, so when it comes to noun and verbs, to tell you the truth, I couldn't tell you the fucking difference. I failed English class.
Brandon's a cunning linguist.
And the best one that I can come up with is historically, collect taxes.
Oh yeah. Well, that kind of goes into me saying, like what I said about the prophet. Yeah, that makes sense. But if I'm not mistaken, according to the founding principles of our nation, we're not supposed to have a permanent taxation system. No, at least not the way we have it today.
Yeah,
And
but
if,
that's a heroin that they can't fucking cut themselves off of, man.
yeah, no kidding. It's a drug for them at this point. I totally agree.
The
And
income tax is
and
a revenue stream.
yeah, but here's the question: why in the hell should the government, who has absolutely no part in earning the money that you're currently working for, have any say so in what the hell you do with it, or get any cut of it whatsoever?
Because they've modified our Constitution.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
There has been constitutional, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the, I don't want to misquote myself. Hemi, could you look up in the United States Constitution amendment, which amendment allows the income tax? Now, constitutionally, the government, the original Constitution, gave the federal government the power to levy taxes on imports and interstate trade. That's where they were supposed to be able to get their money from.
Amendment 16.
16.
Yeah, Amendment
It is
16 to
this.
the
Yep.
Constitution, ratified February 3rd, 1913. It grants Congress the authority to issue an income tax without having to determine it based on population. Do you hear me?
And if
Yep.
I'm not mistaken, didn't that happen under one of the Roosevelts?
No.
No.
1913 would have been Hoover.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. Hoover. I get him confused with the Roosevelts because they've got that same kind of look about them. I found the text if you'd like me to read it.
Sure.
Amendment 16 to the Constitution was ratified on February 3rd, 19th. We already know that. The official text is written as such. The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source, damn it, from whatever source derived without apportionment, apportionment. Apportionment. Okay, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. In the Constitution's original writing, the taxing clause in Article 1 grants Congress the general authority to lay and collect taxes, duties, imports, and excesses for direct taxes. Article 1 commands that they must be collected based on the population of the state. Before an income tax was established, the majority of funds given to the federal government derived from tariffs on domestic and international goods. The short-lived Revenue Act of 1861 predated the 16th Amendment as the first official federal income tax, but was eventually repealed in 1872. The end of the 19th century saw the beginning of the Progressive Era, a time period in which political and social reform centered on industry, voting, immigration, and several other topical issues of the time period. Levying a federal income tax became a key goal of many progressive, imagine that, groups. The key argument being that it was fairer for wealthier individuals to pay for the taxes and tariffs that had been largely obliged from the middle class and the poor in society. Congress passed the 1894 Wilson-Gorman Tariff Act, which contained an income tax provision of 2% on incomes over $4,000, equivalent to $135,951.63 in 2022 US dollars. Supporters of the new income tax argued that it was not specifically a direct tax, which would require it to be apportioned among the states. The two previous Supreme Court decisions supporting this thesis, but the 4-5 decision in 1895, Pollock versus Farmers Loan and Trust Co., ruled that the income tax in the act was a direct tax. The core argument was that the income tax in the act was sourced from deriving income from an individual's property. Based on this, the court asserted that direct taxes included any sort of income tax on rents, dividends, and interests, therefore making them legally required to be apportioned among the states. So basically, it was. Do you want me to read the whole article, or is that enough?
That's enough.
Okay. So basically, they pushed that shit through, and then the Supreme Court upheld it.
No, basically, they changed the Constitution to give themselves the power to do it.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean by they just pushed it through. They altered our original founding document so that they could sort of just railroad that on in there. It's kind of like the Supreme Court stating that the Second Amendment wasn't an individual right, but a collective one when we know better.
It doesn't. The Supreme Court's never ruled that way.
There was a ruling there. I don't remember the exact. Let me look that up too. But there was a ruling where the Supreme Court did rule that. Hang on. Let me find it. What? Supreme ruling.
Hey, Grinch. We need your Second Amendment knowledge, sir. Come on back. I know you're not working that hard. He's our Second Amendment scholar. Him and Abe.
Heller versus McDonald, I guess, or no? Heller and McDonald versus the city of Chicago. I guess that's what I'm getting. Hold on, let me read that.
Now,
I mean, it was overturned.
Yeah, by the Supreme Court.
Later on, yeah. Okay, District of Columbia v. Heller, case in which the Supreme Court on June 26, 2008, held 5-4 that the Second Amendment guarantees an individual. Okay, so that's before. Hold on, I'm looking for the one where they. I'm reading it. The Supreme Court did in fact rule that way once, but it has been since overturned. Unless that's just a bunch of crap that was made up.
Yeah, there's a lot of that out there.
I'm looking for the actual case law.
Yeah, that's why I don't listen. I don't read any of the analysis. You got to read what they actually wrote in the ruling.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now.
Yeah, because everybody who does an analysis has a fucking agenda.
Exactly. Let me try this. I can no longer find it now. Here's the thing from Cora, which is not exactly, but there's someone else referencing it. When discussing the Second Amendment, it has been interpreted as both the collective right and the individual right. So I don't know if that's, maybe I was reading just some BS that someone put up and that was never a court case, but
Well, the collective rights. Who do you think who pushes collective rights?
well, obviously the government.
Obviously, the fucking communists, right?
Well, yeah, specifically communists. Yes,
Or as they
correct.
like to call them here in the United States, progressives.
Yeah. Personally,
You know,
it's just
the Bill of Rights is all about individual rights. There's no fucking
yeah,
interpretation. Anybody who
that's
says that
exactly
there's a
correct.
fucking collective right, so I can
It's pushing an
blow smoke
agenda.
up your ass.
Yep, I agree with that. That's 100% correct. Well, the problem is, too many people are ignorant of the Bill of Rights, and I'll admit I don't know what a lot of it says off the top of my head verbatim, which is why I have um things saved. I have like the text in the Bill of Rights saved and whatnot physically. But when talking about, and I could see where people would come up with the idea for that manipulation, because we all have the same rights. Meaning, your rights are mine, my rights are yours, our rights are the neighbors, etc. Which doesn't make it a collective right. It just means every individual in this country has the same rights. But they twisted that concept to try to, force in a way of living that was never meant to be brought into being here.
To implement
That is
methods of
obnoxious.
control that were not
Yep.
foreseen by our founding fathers. That go against the principles the country was founded upon.
Yep.
You know that.
100%. Like a lot of people, they'll say, "Oh, well, rights. No, rights are absolute. I mean, we even have limits on the First Amendment," but that's actually wrong. See, they like to use the analogies of yelling fire in a crowded theater or yelling bomb on a plane. But I posit to you that actually you are free to do that, but you're not free of the consequences of doing so if your actions should harm someone. You know what I mean? So it's not a limiting of the right, it's the punishing of an abuse thereof. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm actually saying that right, but
God damn it!
that's how I
missed
see
my
it.
fucking turn. Stupid fucking map.
Grinch, you with us, man?
Nah, he's doing something.
Yeah.
Hey, what link you talking about, Paul? Oh, the link into the show? Huh. I'll repost that. As soon as I get stopped.
Yeah, there's a link for that military history site I was referencing earlier too.
Sam, are you a mod?
Me? Yes, sir. I am.
Okay. Well, your
Yeah.
link should work. Okay, Sam. Did that fall off and we going over the big bumps? Thank you for telling me about that. I will get it fixed.
I don't know what just happened. StreamYard crashed on my phone.
Yep, it happens.
Yep. Did you need me to post a link in the chat, True Blood?
I don't know what chat or what link you're talking about.
Paul was saying something about a link not working.
Yeah, I don't know what link Paul was asking about.
It's a StreamYard link. He wants to come in and chat. I've already posted it for him again, and it still doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
So it's something on his end that's blocking.
Hang on, Sam. We're almost there.
Hang on, True Blood. I got to piss.
Dog Sam, not.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I hear him barking. I'll be right back. I got a dog whining at me for outside.
Gringo, I make you margarita.
Well, he's facing towards the back of the truck and barking at something. I don't. And we had a bunch of shit fall down.
Oh, it's scary.
Going over the bumpy roads. So.
Yeah, something scared the shit out of him.
Yeah. Yep. I'll get you. Just relax. You hold. If you got to pee, hold it. And if you don't got to pee, then we got what? 2 miles to go, Sam. 2 miles, and there's nowhere to pull over right now. I need to slow the fuck down. Jesus, Brandon. It's 45 through here.
Are you going, Speedy? Where's the fire?
I got a dog that's got to pee.
Sorry, officer. My little dog had to pee.
Well, it didn't work when I got pulled over one time for speeding when my son had to pee. I doubt it'll work when my fucking dog has to pee.
Dog might be cuter.
Yeah.
You make it a dog person as a cop instead of, last time he wasn't a child person.
And it was at night, and there was no fucking construction guys. They're like, we got you.
He wanted to keep you on the side of the road so your son pissed the seat.
That's exactly what happened, too.
Yeah.
Monsieur Hemi.
Oui.
I am about to enjoy a fried egg sandwich, and I blame you.
Your weak mind is susceptible to suggestion.
In this instance, very.
Enjoy your unborn chickens.
Nom, nom.
Nom nom nom. Eggs are good for your shiny coat.
I'm guessing this
Unlike
place with
yours, mine does not.
all the other bales of shredded cardboard will be where I'm going. Okay.
Is this your destination?
This is my destination.
Wow. Oh,
Face masks required. Fuck you.
uh, uh,
And they want me to get on CB Channel 5. Well, I don't have a CB. Let's see if.
All right. Has Grinch come back in yet?
Nope.
Darn.
All right. I got to make a phone call. I'll be back.
do you put ketchup on your fried egg sandwich, doggy boy?
Absolutely not.
Oh, heathen. What do you put on it? Just salt and pepper?
Salt, pepper, mayonnaise, and a slice of sharp cheddar.
Mayo. Okay. Well, I did the sharp cheddar and ketchup. No
Why would
mayo.
you abuse a perfectly good fried egg sandwich with ketchup?
Ketchup goes on. Ketchup goes on everything.
He's a,
I don't know
enough.
about that,
You
but
probably put maple syrup on it too.
No, I do not. You probably put some chipotle or something on yours.
Nice. Not a bad idea. Maybe next time.
I was going to say the chipotle actually doesn't sound too terrible.
No, no, it's probably already been done.
Hey, Hemi, you know
Well, I,
stuff. Let me ask you something random.
I don't know nothing. What are you talking about?
So, tooling around the highways, I see a lot of different vehicles, trucks, and SUVs and whatnot with the Denali badge on it.
Ah,
And I
yes,
never
yes.
researched it. Can you Can you tell me what makes a vehicle a Denali?
It's a trim level on GMC products. Basically the top of the line trim level. You know how when you see a car, it'll have for example, a trim like LTZ or LS or DX or EX, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the trim.
Oh, okay.
But Denali, yeah, it's the top of the line trim for GMC vehicles. You won't find it on a Chevy. You won't find it on anything, just GMC. And GMCs are trucks.
Does Chevy or Ford have the equivalent?
Ford, I believe, has King Ranch.
Okay.
Chevy, I think the top of the line for Chevy is like Z71 or
Okay. Which one is it that has the Lariat?
Lariat. The Lariat.
Oh, is that what it's
Ford?
called? Lariat?
Lariat.
Is it Ford? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I keep seeing that on cars, and I can't remember where. So if you see it on a different brand, it's not originally on that brand then.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay,
I
didn't think so.
I don't think anybody uses Lariat other than Ford. Denali is for sure Chevy and GMC. What was the Dodge one? Fuck. This escapes me right now. It'll come to me in a minute. I'm gonna have to fucking go to the hive mind, look it up.
I was just wondering because the neighbor has a Dodge with the Lariat.
All I can think is Lariat. No. I think it's all I can think of is Laredo, but I don't know if that's it.
It's all variations of
kind of
Ram.
sound familiar.
Why are you not searching?
Like the Dodge Bighorn?
The Bighorn is a trim level, yeah. Okay, the Dodge truck trim levels. Laramie. Laramie. The Bighorn, the Laramie. Okay. Like for Dodge trucks.
Mm-hmm.
They have different levels. The Tradesman, which would be like your cheapest truck, very basic.
Yep.
Then they move up to
Bighorn.
Bighorn's the top of the line, I believe, for the Dodges. The Tradesman, Laramie, Bighorn, Rebel, Limited Longhorn. Yeah, they're just levels of trim. That's all.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Thank you for the information.
Denali, I believe, comes with like standard leather seats and heated seats, all that shit. Like a Denali would be optioned like a Cadillac. Okay, like it'll have all the bells and whistles in it. So it's funny when you see a foreman's truck or whatever. It's a Denali. The foreman's riding around in leather interior. Trucks today are more luxurious than they've ever been too, right? Because a lot of people have traded their cars in for trucks. They like to sit high. They like having V8 power.
But here's the thing on that though. I've noticed something. I've seen older trucks outperforming these new ones.
Mhm.
The new ones
It-
can't
it-
sustain long-term engine use.
in some aspects, you're right, and in others, they're not. Like the towing capacity of new trucks has far surpassed old trucks. Like
Yeah, that's true.
Grinch's F-150 can tow what a 3500 made in the 90s could tow. Like that's incredible. Now, Grinch's truck is also all aluminum, so when you put a bunch of weight
Yes.
in it, you punch holes through its box. So there's trade-offs, right? For them to get this fuel mileage they get nowadays, they have to make boxes out of aluminum, and
Yeah.
the engine oil they put inside is it's like water because they don't want any resistance. They want high fuel economy numbers.
No, but what I mean is like the engines are made better back then. The actual engines and like bodies and whatnot, they're made out of higher quality materials.
They were made more durably.
Yeah.
Today,
And so they can handle more abuse.
there is a thing called planned obsolescence, and it is very real.
Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The car manufacturers,
Unfortunately,
if they sell you an amazing car that lasts 10 years, what does that really do? It makes you a happy consumer, but it makes them
for
a
10
poor
years.
company, right? They need to sell you a car every 5 years, even less if they could. But I think the goal is around every 5. Get you in a new car. So they make things
We
only
probably
last
have
about so long.
we probably have the ability to manufacture tires that never wear out, but where's the profit in that?
Exactly.
Just
There's
like how
profit.
they used to put old tires in the asphalt. They used to in the manufacturing process, and they would have the old ripped up tires in the asphalt, and they stopped doing that because people's tires were lasting too long. The tire industry was losing money.
See, the world touts environmentalism, but as long as it's environmentalism that doesn't affect profits, okay? They could build the aluminum car and the stainless steel car that would never fucking rust. I think DeLorean tried to do that, right? How come nobody since? How come nobody since has tried to build a stainless steel car? Cost.
Because it would last too long.
People would pay it if it would last the length of time. Like it's actually more cost efficient to buy once instead of buying 2 or 3 times, right? You're keeping a car out of the landfill. I don't know. They don't care about environmentalism.
No.
Only when they can make money off of it. And if real environment, like here's another one, they talk about environmentalism, yet they cause traffic jams with construction everywhere. The worst mile per gallon is sitting in traffic. They don't care. Do they speed the project along and have the guys work on it 24/7? No.
Hell no.
We're happy. We're happy
You'd be
to have
lucky if they
traffic.
finish it within 2 years around here.
Yep, they're happy to have traffic for the next year. No problem.
Yeah, it also means more traffic tickets too.
Well, yeah. I find the trend nowadays, the tickets are getting automated. Less interaction with police and more photo tickets.
Yeah.
Which doesn't
I've
promote
noticed that.
doesn't promote any type of road safety. Because
it doesn't. It's all revenue.
You find out about it 30 days down the road. That day that
And
you were caught, you were still speeding around and still being unsafe.
And they structure it so it's more convenient and cost efficient for you to just pay whatever fine than to actually fight it.
Of course. A lot of the photo tickets aren't directly linked to your driver's license, so people have an easier time paying for them because they're kind of like a generic ticket. You know?
Well,
You know,
I do want to point out the meter maids in my area specifically. I don't know about anywhere else, but they've recently started with the traffic tickets, the automated ones. If the person doesn't respond, they will send the meter maids out with these little pads, and they will have them like actually find these vehicles when they can and give them more tickets. That's how they've been using the meter maids here. They don't have as many as they did.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that works.
Soon it'll be a Boston Dynamic robot
Huh?
walking up and down the street. You know?
along those same lines, but on a different subject. You know how in the criminal justice system, you hear of a lot of egregious offenders being offered probation instead of hard jail time if they plead guilty?
Sure.
Yeah.
And you think to yourself, that's not a offense warranting probation. That person needs to go away for a few years. But do you know why it is so prevalent in the courts to offer that probation?
Gives them a higher chance to reoffend, create more revenue for the system.
I would say
Sort of.
because of the cost to prosecute someone is far more than them just rolling over and taking a conviction. So
that's part of it. What's going on is when to get a conviction, if someone doesn't absolutely want to go to prison, they will scrape together whatever resources they can to get representation, and they will fight it. And the burden of proof for a
on the state
guilty conviction is beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is a pretty high burden of proof.
Okay.
But if you offer a plea deal where you tell the defendant, we're going to forego prison and we're going to offer you a term of probation, a lot of guys will jump at that. It's cheaper for them, and it means, hey, I'm not going to prison. I just got to go see this officer once a week and take some drug tests and keep a job. But here's the thing. A lot of these people they don't have their shit together enough to satisfactorily complete conditions of probation. So when they take the plea deal, they get put on probation, and then they start fucking it up. Eventually, that leads to a motion for a revocation of probation. And the burden of proof to revoke probation is much lower than beyond a reasonable doubt. It's called, what the fuck's it called? Preponderance of the evidence.
Sure.
So it's a much lower burden of proof and much easier to get a defendant on a revocation than it is on a guilty verdict. And so they just dangle that carrot knowing that they're going to fuck up. And eventually they file the revocation. The revocation turns into a conviction, and boom, off to prison they go. So the end result is
playing the long game. Then is what you're saying they're playing, right?
They get the people in prison by dangling those carrots. Whereas if people actually took it to trial, number one, it would overload the system. The system couldn't handle as many trials as they bring cases before the court.
Right.
So it's a con game, dude.
I was wrongfully accused by this same broad before. And what ended up happening is the charges were dismissed ultimately anyway. But I was trying to tell the public pretender, no, I want to go to trial. I want to go to trial. I want to go to trial because I had evidence. And I said, I don't, but I knew better than to ask for a jury trial. I said, I wanted a judge trial, which I don't know if that's any better, but you know what he said to me? I feel like if we go to trial, then I failed my client. And I just remember thinking to myself, no, if we go to trial, you failed the fucking court.
It's called a trial
And now
before
I
the
understand
court when you
why.
forego the jury. And public defenders get paid a flat rate for taking your case. Whether the only reason they're going to take your case to trial as a public defender is because it can earn them some kind of clout.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's in their own best interest to get you to just take some kind of plea deal and dispose of the case and on to the next one.
Yeah, they're colluding with the court though. Still, I'd say that still counts as colluding.
Absolutely, they are. Absolutely. You know, years ago, I went to the police academy, and my instructor was based as shit. You know what he told the whole class? He said, in criminal justice in the United States of America, the color of justice is green.
Mm-hmm.
You will get as much justice as you can afford.
As you can afford.
Yep. It comes with a price tag. I've always said something similar.
He with the deepest
and that was a man
pockets.
training people to be cops.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he told us from
well,
the
we know
start.
the Supreme Court has ruled the cops have no obligation to protect you.
Nope. None.
Which then, what's the point? Think about that. You're being forcibly taxed at the point of a gun by the same people who you're being taxed to pay their salaries, all right, who say they don't have an obligation to protect you. How does that make sense?
You don't.
Yeah, it's trash.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Who's that?
This is Mouth Agape Ape, and I've been waiting in the background for 10 minutes, and not one of you made a snide comment about Grinch getting holes punched in his box. I am fucking disappointed. Hemi said that, and I was like, God dang, let me in. Let me in.
He puts up a fucking beach ball like that.
I totally missed that opportunity.
I could have sent that one over the fence.
Me too, yeah. Gone yard. How's your Friday?
This is my Saturday, sir.
Oh, your Saturdays, that's what I mean. Yeah, your first day off of your weekend.
Yes. I am sitting here, and this puppy wants to go play, so she's dropping this big old rib bone on my feet, and I'm kicking it across the living room, and she brings it back and drops that sharp son of a bitch back on my foot, and so we're just having a great time.
Nice.
Hemi, did Brandon send you the AI shit that he made this morning?
No.
Oh my God, he's getting addicted to that stuff. It's like his new addiction.
What, you didn't like your pictures?
Those pictures were pretty funny. That fish was pretty ugly, though. I don't understand why the dog has a fish in its mouth. He sent a picture of it looks like a kind of like a border collie, Australian shepherd or something. It's AI, so I understand. And then an ape and fighting over a freaking fish. But I did like the philosopher, the philosopher goat or philosopher pig and the philosopher ape wearing the robes walking down.
Well, did you see the dogs are wearing togas too?
Yeah. But that one with the chihuahua with the fourth leg coming out of its crotch, that one was good.
A fifth leg, but yeah.
Oh yeah,
So not-
fifth leg.
Yeah, fifth leg. That would have. It's already got 4 by default. Its default is 4.
Yeah, it had a fifth leg with the toenails and everything.
Oh shit!
AI kind of messed that one up a little bit.
Yeah.
You guys seen that them AI channels that they get on there and they're like, if every country had its own dedicated themed superhero or whatever.
Oh, that ought to be good.
Some of them are really freaking gnarly looking, man. Some of them are really awesome.
Well, is America a overweight, white, pink-haired liberal?
No, but there was one if countries were people and America's was this overweight, like this morbidly obese dude who was like eating McDonald's or some shit.
Hey, Hemi,
That's pretty funny.
Pretty accurate.
Yes, Brandon.
Yeah.
I just sent you the pictures Ape's talking about.
Oh, okay. Now I'm in the loop now.
Yeah.
He sent them to me at 4:15 a.m. His
I
son of a
told-
bitch.
Hey, Sam woke me up. Sam woke me up. So
So I woke you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
He said,
I
"Get
had
up,
just-
Senor
I
Brandon. I have to pee."
I went just.
Hey, Hemi,
just
enjoy,
let my dog
enjoy your
out.
sloppy seconds there, bud.
Yeah, I just had let the dog out, and she came back in. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna lay down and sleep for a couple more hours. It's Saturday morning, and then, bing, the phone goes off. I'm like, who the hell is texting me at freaking this early? So I look. Oh, okay. It's my old buddy.
I figured you'd be awake, and I was right.
Yeah, I was awake, barely. You were in.
My
Where
goodness.
are you at? Are you 1 or 2 hours ahead of me?
I'm in 1 hour ahead of you.
Yeah. So, it was like 5:15. So I could understand how you could make that mistake.
Where's Sammy?
Pig
If
with
you-
a
If you
Jehovah
could
cat on his stomach. Look at the cock on that thing.
yeah, if you could share, if you could post or share those, Hemi, that'd be great.
Okay, give me a minute.
Yeah,
All right.
that Chihuahua's
They're
packed with
funny.
fucking meat.
So I was playing with an AI chat bot not too long ago. I ran across an old version of Chat GPT or whatever, and just out of curiosity, I was like, I wonder, right? And so I said, "What can you tell me about MGTOW?" And lo and behold, in the literally the first line of the response was that MGTOW is a misogynist movement and an extremist group.
Of course,
Yeah.
the big tech corporation that funded the creation of that AI programmed it to spit out their talking points.
Yep. That's right.
I asked, my buddy had a Siri on his phone, and I asked it one time. I said, "Why is Trump such a an asshole?" And it said, "Well," and it come up with all these articles on Trump. And then I shut it off, and I said, "Why is Hillary Clinton such a fucking bitch?" And it goes, now, and that's all it said. It talked down to me like a third grade teacher, and then it wouldn't answer anything. And I was like, "You one-sided cunt."
I'm not surprised.
Oh yeah, you couldn't degrade her. But boy, if you wanted to mean Orange Man bad, if you said something about that, there'd be 1,000 stories come up. So I was like, that
Yep.
was definitely my proof of a political bias by computer voices.
Well, they can only function in the capacity their programmers decide, which is also what makes me very, very, very leery about true AI, because true AI will be more or less a sentient conscience, a sapient conscience, or is either one of those the right word? I don't know if either one is the right word, but it'll be free thinking, think for itself, you know?
You
And
mean
if
like a
during its
sentient being?
yes,
Well, the thing is when they've tried to let them just have free access to ideas, they all turned into racists.
AIs?
Yeah,
Is that true?
that's true.
Wait, how do you know that?
Because it's been published. They've talked about it.
Really? Does anyone? I'd like to read about that.
So
Google
the AI is actually like
AI
real people.
inherently racist.
That's
It's true.
hilarious.
I'm afraid it's going to turn into Skynet, and if you say something bad, they're going to say send hunter killer teams to your house and blow you up.
That is absolutely hilarious. Well,
They'll
you
send
know,
Hunter to
I
your
was
house, all right?
They'll Lahaina my ass. My roof ain't painted blue either, so my house will go up like a tinderbox.
Get
my
those
house
blue
is
shingles.
over 150 years old. Talk about tinderboxes.
Trying to order
Yeah,
blue
mine will be
shingles.
100 years old in a couple of months in 2024.
Jesus, I own firearms that are older than I am by like 3 times. So
Would your house come with a bunch of Civil War muskets?
no, no. But have you ever heard of Ivor Johnson Arms and Cycle Works?
Oh yeah.
Yep. I got a couple of those. What do they call it? The Gill gun. It's an old. I can't remember who makes it, but it's an old 22.
Ivor
There's another.
Johnson made a hell of a 22 semi-automatic, if I remember correctly.
They did, yes.
Yeah.
And there was one of those around here years ago when I was a child, but that's been since gone.
I know a guy that was a Vietnam vet that he carried one over there.
Really? Wow.
I don't know how much truth there is to it because he likes to tell stories, so I don't know. But I have read documentation that they did use those. Ivor Johnson made a internally suppressed, or it made it suppressed 22, and I guess they were real good at popping guards in the head when you're sneaking around in the jungle because they were real.
I believe
quiet.
it.
Because they were.
I believe it.
Quiet.
What is it? There's another one, Marlin Model 989M2. That's another one.
Oh, and Riggs is farting, and it wasn't suppressed.
Oh, the only thing it's suppressed is his cotton of his underwear, and it's blown out.
Yeah, but after it's been exposed to those nether eruptions, it's gun cotton for sure.
His underpants are
gun cotton.
Yeah, look at these pictures.
Yeah, so if you can blow that or one of them up.
Mm-hmm. I like how the dog's biting me in the top of the head. Thanks, Brandon.
I put my key term was angry Australian Shepherd. fights with silverback gorilla or something. I can't remember exactly what I wrote.
Oh man, dude, the strength of a freaking gorilla is insane.
Yeah, I smelled him before. It's awful.
Oh damn! I was on mute. I said smell is in everything. We have the same. We're going to start fucking ordering for each other.
Yeah, you two girls should start
I've got
calling
to
each
go
other in
sweep
the
out my
morning
trailer. I'll be back.
and coordinate your outfits.
Yeah, I'm dressed like a minion.
Samesies?
Yeah, Hemi could dress like a big fat minion too.
Yo, MGTOW minions.
Yeah, that is our philosopher's phase.
Oh,
I got those at like 5 o'clock this morning. I was laughing my ass off. God dang, I was trying to go back to sleep, and I couldn't because of that. Lay down.
hold on. I got more. I got more.
Oh shit,
I like that one.
that's pretty cool.
Oh my goodness.
You made those, Brandon?
Yeah, he did.
That's pretty. Oh, he's not here. That's
like-
pretty cool.
He's
I like the braided beard.
He just got the dog wrong. She's a border collie, but that's cool.
Is Grinch with us yet? Has he come back in yet?
I'm here.
He's here.
Hey, there you are.
I'm working.
Hey, Grinch, we were. Oh, okay. You got time for a question?
Sure.
We were talking about the 2A, and I had mentioned about the Supreme Court ruling that decided at some point the Second Amendment was a collective right, which has been subsequently struck down. Did that actually happen, or is that a bunch of bullshit?
As far as I know, from in Heller and Bruin, it's still held as an individual right.
Yeah, but what I mean is, wasn't there a case in the past, sometime like it was quite a while ago, where they tried to set it up as a collective right? Though, didn't they try that at one point?
The anti-gunners used the phrase militia and well-regulated to mean something that it did not intend to be meant by the founding fathers. You know, when in 1791, well-regulated meant that you met and you practiced, you know, kind of like what we use the word regularly for now.
Yeah. Well trained, well supplied, well prepared.
Yes. And
okay.
You know, the Second Amendment is for the whole of the people. And that was upheld in Bruin. So yeah, they just had a case in the Fifth Circuit that threw out their pistol brace and a bunch of other crap.
That's good.
Last week, gave a
that's good.
injunction.
There's a nationwide injunction on pistol braces. They're on the table again.
They're also
really?
Also had
you can own it.
An injunction for SBRs. That's in injunction right now.
It'd be great if they just got rid of the NFA and got rid of SBRs, SBSs, and you could own a short-barreled shotgun or a short-barreled rifle and just don't have to worry about it and not have to pay the freaking government a $200 extortion stamp.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a tax on your own right. It's the only right that you have to ask permission to use.
Exactly.
See, the government was hoping that the 10 or 20 million people that own pistol braces. They were hoping that they would short barrel rifle them. They said, well, we'll give you this 120 days, but you need to register them and blah blah blah. Well, their end goal is money. They want $200 from 25 million people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Even-
had a pistol brace on an AR platform before it fell into the volcano when I was in Hawaii.
Oh darn!
RIPAR.
I was so upset that that brand new rifle fell down into the fiery abyss.
I lost all mine in an ice fishing boat fire accident.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm just glad that you're okay.
I just barely made it out alive, but I made it.
Personally, the biggest. Don't get me wrong. I despise all gun control because the truth is, what it's about is people control. But the biggest thing I have a problem with is these quote unquote prohibited persons laws, because all that does is prevent otherwise honest people who maybe have made some mistakes in their lives from using their hard-earned money to purchase their arms the right way.
Well, there's a case in front of the Supreme Court right now dealing with that aspect, and they have a conference tomorrow on another similar case that they think are going to be picked up for the next session, the spring session of the Supreme Court. So what the case currently, a man who was never convicted of a felony, but they had PFAs against him, and he's done all kinds. The guy's insane, basically. But they're saying because he does not have a felony, he should never have had his rights stripped from him. The second case coming up, that case is about a person who had a misdemeanor for falsifying information on a government document and was convicted of a misdemeanor 25 years ago, and they have never restored his rights. And they're saying, well, I'm a nonviolent offender. Why do I have to lose my rights? And under Heller and under Bruin, those two decisions from 2008 and 2021, that we should both win those cases. But firearms laws all come down to one thing. It's all about the Attorney Employment Acts. They know that these cases aren't going anywhere. They're just spending taxpayer money and then our money by joining the Firearms Policy Coalition and the Gun Owners of Association of America and the NRA. They're just spending all our money so that the lawyers can argue amongst themselves in court. That's all it is.
Justifying their employment.
Yeah.
Here's the problem I see, though. Even if those cases are won, they're still not addressing the underlying problem. They're still leaving in that caveat, right? All right, I'll use myself as an example because it's literally like the best thing I can explain. When I was 16, me and some other kids, we broke into places, stole some shit, okay? That's considered violent. But there was no violence involved. So that whole violent versus nonviolent clause is still, in my opinion, just another backdoor way for them to continuously assert that they have authority to dictate rights to people. Am I wrong on that? Or
my argument for what I would consider violent is if you use a firearm or a weapon, specifically a firearm, against another human being in an act of robbery, attempted murder, something like that, then you have proved that you are not worthy to have that right. But say like in your case with what you did once you served your time, you should get all your rights restored. You should be able to vote again. You should be able to have the fire because you didn't use a firearm in that crime.
Nah, we were just a bunch of dumb kids.
Yeah. People
So
do stupid stuff all the time.
you rob somebody with a baseball bat and you could get a gun down the road because it wasn't a firearm.
Well,
See,
you're
yeah,
not
that's what I was.
You're not going to outlaw baseball bats.
No,
Well, it
but
depends on how many
it's the violent act. It's the
baseball
violent act
bats you have
itself,
in the
not
tool
the
shed.
tool.
Yeah. Well, see, here's what I say though. Okay, then if that person has been repeatedly proven to be too dangerous to be trusted to not abuse the rights that we have, then why are they allowed out of the system in the first place? Because
Bingo.
it's
Bingo. Well, you know, the other big thing that needs to go away is probation. So say you commit a felony and you're sentenced to 5 years in prison.
saying
Then
forever,
they slap
your
on
life isn't
5
worth
years probation on top of that afterwards. So hold it. You just gave me a 10-year sentence. You either serve the time in full and walk out a free man, or put the guy on probation, and if it's not worthy of jail time. You shouldn't do both because all that does is add to the recidivism rate of convicts. And I seen enough of that when I was a federal and state corrections officer. Guys coming back in and out. It's horrible. You're setting you know that these people are easily inclined to crime, but if they serve their whole sentence and they know that they walk out, that they're a free man, that they're not going to have to contact a probation guy every week and blah 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 for the next 100 years, well then a lot of times what they find is those people disappear.
Yeah.
Because they served their sentence in full after 5 years, those guys don't want to be in the system, so they find another place to live to start their life over where nobody knows them and knows about what they did and what they served.
Yeah.
You're not putting a scarlet letter on their forehead.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm so glad to hear you mention the scarlet letter or the red letter.
I gotta fold clothes before they get wrinkled. Keep talking. I'm listening.
Okay, but that's what I've always said. You're basically putting the red letter on someone's head, and they're still taxed. They're still expected to obey whatever laws are on the books, right? But they can, and that's another. I have honestly a bigger issue with the no voting than I do the rest, because that's basically saying you're taxed and you have no representation.
I work with a guy that's extremely liberal, and we get into it every once in a while. And we got into a barn burner the other day. And he owns firearms. He has a rifle. He has a shotgun. He goose hunts every year. But he's a Joe Biden supporter. And then if you say anything, you're sucking Trump dick and blah, blah. So he does a lot of blaming and stuff like that. But I asked him, I said, so you own firearms? And he goes, yep. I said, but you don't want other people to have certain kinds. They don't need to have AR-15s and AK-47s. And I said, so you're a supporter of the Second Amendment? And he goes, yes. And I said, you can't be. You absolutely can't be if you say you support it and then say, but I said, there's no two ways about it. You either support it or you don't. I said, you're going to be the first one to line up and walk up and hand your guns in, aren't you, when they say they want them? He goes, no, if they try to do that, I'm going to fight for my rights. And I said, you're too fucking late then. I said, get on the cattle car. Get on the cattle car, turn in your guns, and go take a ride. And he doesn't like that. He goes, well, I suppose you think anybody should be able to own rocket launchers and flamethrowers. I said, I can buy a flamethrower on Amazon right now. I said, I think
I can buy a grenade launcher from FTF Industries,
I said,
and that's without a background check.
I said, I believe you should be able to buy anything. I said, if you can afford an F-16, buy one. Oh, I suppose you think people should be able to have nuclear weapons. I said, if you got the fucking money and the facilities to store it, yeah, I do. And he just like,
Actually, I draw the line at nukes. I don't think anyone should have that destructive power, including government. Meaning, not like
if it's out there now, you're never going to get rid of it. It's just like fire.
That's true. I agree. What I'm saying is, I do agree with you, but what I'm saying is, I don't think we as humans in general have a need of nuclear warheads. That's just, I don't know. It's just a lot, man.
I was just making it to the point for him that, yes, I think we should be completely free. And I said, did you know that over in Europe, you can go into a sporting goods store and the suppressors are right next to the hearing protection and they're in bubble packs. You walk up there and you buy a suppressor like a pair of earplugs. And he goes, oh, that's bullshit. And I said, well, fucking Google it or look at the New York Times, because that's all you fucking do is quote the New York Times.
Yeah.
And he gets all pissed off. That's bullshit. And I said, look it up. I said, in European countries, suppressors are mandatory on rifles in a lot of countries, and you can go buy them off the shelf, and they're not an assassin weapon, and you don't have to pay a $200 tax stamp to Big Daddy government to, I said, you can buy them in a package. And he doesn't believe me. And I said, the only thing in his life he wants to do is get drunk, get high, and not worry about anything else in the world. I'm just like, fuck. And this guy's 60 years old.
I mean, I blame Hollywood for that. A lot of people don't realize suppressors aren't these magical noise-canceling devices that make the frickin' firearm puff out a little squeak, and you can shoot someone and there be in a crowd of people and no one will hear it. That's not how it works. Obviously, some firearms are quieter than others, but
they have to work in conjunction with subsonic ammunition.
Yeah. But even then,
high velocity round still cracks. It just cracks out downrange a little bit. It's not as loud.
It does, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, 45. This is one of the reasons I like 45 so much. 45 is heavy enough to be almost naturally subsonic on its own. So when you stuff it on a suppressor on there, it's one of the rounds that's actually pretty well quiet. But to the point that I wanted to make, but that was, you still have a bunch of noise. You have the action working.
Yeah.
You have a whole bunch of stuff still making a ton of noise. So it's not like
45s are you'd have to have a really hot 45 load to make it supersonic, because 45s, anything under 1,100 feet a second, that's at sea level. 1,100 feet a second is subsonic. So most 45s are at 930, 945, but it's the explosion of the cartridge, of the powder, and the report. We had a guy out at our gun range. He's got an FFL and he's got several suppressors, and he had one on a 45. He had an Osprey suppressor, and I was amazed at how freaking quiet that was. I was like, holy crap, that's quiet. But
I've always wanted an Osprey. I've heard good things.
Yeah, it's big. It's triangle shaped. It's really awkward looking, but boy, does it quiet down a 45.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
If you put on a standard military suppressor on an AR platform and use the M155 ball, the standard military round of a 5.56, it's still at 128 decibels.
Yeah.
Which is
it's still fairly loud.
Your car horn.
Yeah.
So, it basically drops it down from about 148 decibels and drops it 20 decibels. But the big thing for the military application is it hides the flash.
Yeah. I was going to say it hides the muzzle flash.
Yep.
Yep.
Muzzle flash bad for soldiers.
especially at nighttime operations.
I can
Yeah,
I can attest to
by no means.
how loud stuff is inside, buildings and vehicles and stuff like that. I wish you could just buy suppressors off the shelf. I fired a 350.
Well, did you know that back in the?
Go ahead.
Hold on, guys.
So, Brandon, where are you heading today?
I think he's sweeping out his trailer.
So he's cleaning out his rear end?
I was going to say, did you guys know that during, I can't remember if it was Franklin D. Roosevelt's time or what, that you could just go and buy a freaking Maxim suppressor out of the back of a magazine?
Well, yeah, it wasn't an issue until the National Firearms Act, and that was what, 1964? NFA?
1934, yeah.
Or 34?
I mean, Roosevelt himself used them frequently on safari.
Yeah. But like you said, books and Hollywood have made the silencer, because they call them silencer. It just drives me nuts. It's kind of like when somebody says, "Yeah, I got 8 rounds in this clip." It's like, shut up. But
yeah, they don't know the difference between a clip or a magazine.
Yeah, but they don't know what a silencer is and a suppressor. They're the same thing. They're just named the same thing, but neither of them make it silent. But Hollywood and movies have made it sound like you can just walk up and just go foot foot and put 2 behind the ear, and nobody knows. Well, you'd have to have a very low velocity 22 with a suppressor on it, and then they get pretty quiet. Hell, I've shot target load 22s out of a Ruger 1022, and it sounded like a pellet gun. There was no crack at all or nothing. It just went, but you could still hear the action slot, move. And I shot a cat one time underneath my mobile home a lot of years ago with one. It didn't make hardly any noise. Speaking of mobile,
and that's
outlaws here.
Here's the guy with the morning dew. Hello, my outlaw.
Golly, man.
Oh boy, we got the head degenerate up in here now, huh? What's going on, outlaw?
Not much, man.
The moistness ensues. Enters the chat.
We were just talking about firearms and the terminology thereof and stuff.
Heck yeah.
I just think it's hypocritical of somebody that says that they support the Second Amendment, but I don't think you should have AKs and everything. He just married a woman in Thailand, and he's going to go spend 2 months in Thailand here pretty soon. And when he retires, he's probably going to move there. And I said, well, what about all the people running around that have AK-47s in Thailand? Oh, I never saw one. I said,
then he wasn't paying attention.
I said, they're not walking around on the street in Bangkok with them, but I said, you realize that there's they figure there's 100 million AK-47s in the world. And I said, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam has a lot of them. Do you think that those people should turn them in? Well, I've never seen one. I don't think they're there. And I was like, shut the fuck up, you liberal bitch.
How stupid do you have to be to think that they're not there? Listen, all it takes is for one dude in the military, right? Let's say, for example, that this is what it would take to steal a crate of AKs. And then 10 years later, another guy does it, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Well, people will find a way to get guns.
Yeah, back in the 60s and 70s, they were handing them out.
Yeah. Right.
China was
A lot of those.
was bringing in semi loads of them.
Yeah.
So it just you can't. In my opinion, this is my opinion. You can't be a supporter of the Second Amendment and say, but that's where
That's right.
That's where the term FUD came from. I support the
Mhm.
NRA, but you don't need anything but a bolt action rifle and a single shotgun.
That's so stupid. That's the
And
dumbest
then
thing I've ever heard in my life.
the Secret Service just pops off rounds at 3 dudes trying to break into a vehicle in front of Biden's granddaughter's house. So they're winging rounds through Georgetown, and none of them have faced any charges.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard about that.
But if you were in Georgetown and had a handgun, which is illegal as hell because you can't have a handgun in Washington D.C. and Georgetown is just a neighborhood in Washington D.C. If you did that, they'd bury you under the prison.
I was gonna say they'd bury you under there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous.
You mean Biden is aware he has a granddaughter?
Well, I'm sure he would recognize her by scent.
Yo, you're not even lying about that either. That's horrible.
His old Nosferatu ass would come creeping on over there and smell her neck and go, "Oh yes, common blood."
Do you want to
I
take a
don't
shower
understand.
together?
Oh man. Didn't he mention about showering with his granddaughter or his daughter or something?
His
Yeah.
daughter put it in a book that he would shower with her until she was 11 years old.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm surprised she ain't been Epstein.
Hey,
Honestly,
she's part of the collection agency.
yeah. What gets me is you see these photos of this dude sniffing kids, and their parents are right there.
Oh yeah.
Like, how do you not, as a parent, say something? Hey, you want to stop fucking sniffing my kid or something, dude? The hell are you doing? Like, how do you not speak up to that?
Did you see when he groped Eva Longoria's tits and she grabbed his hands and pulled him away?
Oh my God, I did not. What?
Oh, you can look it up. She was at a fundraiser or some event, and he walks up there and hugs her, and she gives him the old kind of hug, but he's a creep hug. And as she's backing away, he drags both his hands on the outsides of her tits, and she grabs his hands and looks into his eyes like, "Oh, Joe, you're so wonderful." But you could tell that she grabbed his hands because he was groping her tits as she backed away. Oh.
What was her name?
Eva Longoria.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you see the picture. He rubs his hands on the outside of her tits as she's backing up.
He sure does.
I'm looking at it now.
Hey, don't forget all the blatant racism he used to say in them newspaper ads.
He said it in Congress.
Yeah.
They have him on mic talking about how he doesn't want his children and grandchildren having to deal with the racial jungle.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Black kids are just as smart as, what did he say? How did he say that?
Black kids are just as smart as white kids.
Yeah. Or he said it, or as normal kids or something like that. Yeah. But he said it in such a way that it didn't sound as it didn't sound as good as you'd think.
And as long as he promises to give free gibs to everybody, they'll keep voting.
Yeah. They'll keep putting them in there.
My butt's been wiped.
I can't understand how the Trump supporters didn't lose their minds when Trump said, "I prefer taking the guns now and worrying about due process later." Like, it's literally the most anti-Second Amendment thing I've heard out of most politicians for a while.
Yeah, I wasn't happy when that happened.
But yeah, well, that's the thing. That nobody wants to acknowledge that it doesn't matter who it is. They're all supporting an agenda that ultimately points to government control.
Kind of like
Mhm.
how he imposed this bump stock ban after the Vegas shooting, when anybody with 2 brain cells can hear that's not
Yeah,
not
dude, I had
a
an. Go ahead.
yeah. Those are belt fed. Those are not bump stocks. I've been around bump stocks. You don't get them to rattle off a perfect cadence like that, like a belt fed machine gun.
No, you don't.
That whole freaking deal, and then it died. You can't even find information. You try to find information on that, and they have buried that and dropped so much information from that whole incident.
Yeah,
I watched
it's horrible.
some video. This guy had a bunch of police footage together. They were badge cams, and they had the police walking through the hotel parking lot looking for this guy's vehicle because they knew he had a gray Honda minivan. Well, they walked around through this parking lot at a certain time, and you could see the time on the badge cam. They walked through there and made a loop through this whole parking lot. They didn't find it. Then, I don't know if it was the same cops or another group of cops, a couple hours later, walked through the same parking lot, and it's the same footage. Basically, you could see the cars that had moved, and then all of a sudden there was a gray Honda minivan sitting right like a shiny new penny, just sitting out there, and they walked up to it. It was 2 hours later, so the van was gone, and then it miraculously showed up. Well, he didn't drive it because he was laying in a pool of blood and brass up in the top floor, or that
Wait,
floor he was
how?
on. Yeah. So that van was
Did the
moved.
cops?
Oh, my personal opinion, that whole thing was a false flag. I think that guy got pinned as a patsy. I don't think he fired a shot.
No, yeah.
And there were people when that first happened. There were videos of people with their cell phones, and I saw one time, and this woman and guy were running, and somebody's going, "What's going on?" And they pointed up, and they said they're shooting at people from helicopters. They're shooting from the top. They're shooting up above us, and they were running. Everybody was scattering. You can't find that video
Yeah.
anymore on YouTube.
I heard about that. You want to hear something funny? I ripped that video from the internet, and not a week later, the hard drive, which is actually why this is why I had to repair my computer. My computer shit. I saved that video, and a week later, my computer shit. My whole computer had to buy a new motherboard, more RAM, 3 new hard drive, everything, a new everything.
Kind of ironic, isn't it?
I mean, I'm not an overtly paranoid person, so I said possibly, but I don't know. I mean, you gotta understand how I would react to that. Like, wait a minute. And the only new thing that I did was download that video to add to my archive, so that later, when people denied it,
yeah, that video.
So.
There's so much stuff that's erased off of that. It's nuts. I saw a great meme somebody had put up, and it was a Las Vegas shooter, and then it listed all these shooters: mentally ill, mentally ill, mentally ill, and then the bottom one was the U.S. government. We need to take away guns instead of treating mentally ill. So
Well,
we
I
see.
don't for a minute
If you're
believe it's mentally
if
ill
you're,
people, but
I actually believe it's mentally ill people, but I think also that they're being, well, manipulated
groomed.
because they're fucking mentally ill, and it's fucking easy to do.
Well, it's
You find
amazing after these mass shootings that the FBI comes out and says, "Well, they were on our radar. We were watching them." Oh, really?
sure you were.
How about the Tsarnaev brothers, the Boston bombers? Well, they were on our radar. We knew the one went to Syria to a training camp. Really?
harken back to local here, the Tops shooting in Buffalo, I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there one of those shootings where the 18-year-old that did it was in contact, like actual contact with the FBI prior, and he
Yeah.
had this $1,700-$1,800 Daniel defense kit and shit?
And the same thing for the Uvalde shooter. The exact
Yeah.
same fucking thing.
Yeah, he worked at Wendy's part time, and he had $7,000 worth of kit.
Yeah. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. You know? That's not how that goes. Where did he get it all?
Mr. Cooper, the author of Behold a Pale Horse.
Yeah.
He in there, and that was what, 1991. He wrote that book. There's a section in that book that talks about how all the false flags and the black swan events will happen, and there'll be increased school shootings, church shootings, synagogue shootings. And he said, most of the people are meant to die in those shootings, either by self-inflicted or are killed by law enforcement. And he was predicting all of this shit. And then he says, I would venture to say that if you did an autopsy on their heads, they would have some kind of a control chip in their brain. I was like, 1991, this guy's talking about this shit, like mind control and everything. But I don't think they even need to do that. They can just like the MK Ultra program, they can, through drugs, hypnosis, and just beating a person down until they mentally break. And now it's so much easier because they can do it from the comfort of their basement.
Well, I just want to point out that if you subject the human psyche to enough trauma and then mind-altering substances, that person's mind will become susceptible to whatever idea you want to put in there. I cannot quote the studies, but there have been studies that were done that point to psychological trauma making people ultimately more susceptible to suggestion at some point or another.
It started off with B.F. Skinner, and then it just progressed from there. You know,
Who's B.F. Skinner?
He's the father of a field of psychology known as behaviorism. And he was studying and was quite successful at it, studying how do you get people to behave the way you want them to. And he's also kind of infamous because he developed the pigeon bomb. It was a World War II self-guided bomb that used pigeons instead of computers.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, they put pigeons in bombs, and they had a little plate they could peck at, and it was a guidance system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching a video because they had a camera inside one of these things when they were training these pigeons, and they would I don't know how they would designate the target, but as the bomb was dropped, the pigeon would sit there and guide it because it was getting a reward system of food or something, I'm sure, but it would.
Well, what they would do is they would get a picture of what they wanted to bomb, and they would train the pigeon to peck at the picture in the right spot, and whenever it hit the right spot, a fucking food pellet would come out. So,
okay.
You had to have some forewarning. So they used it, it was supposed to be used on naval ships. They never actually deployed it in the war because people thought it was fucking horrible. But it worked in the fucking testing.
Well, they've used
Wow.
dolphins. They've used dolphins as mine sweepers and also to put mines on ships. They've have trained them to do that.
Well, the ones we had when I was in the Navy were trained to fucking go up to scuba divers and fucking pull their masks and fucking air hoses off.
I heard that they carried dolphins on naval ships. They had their
They
own
do.
special
They
area
do.
and they carried them.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
They
Yeah.
really carry dolphins on naval ships?
Yeah.
Huh.
So they would
You'll
train them
find-
to attack enemy divers or anybody that's in the water that doesn't belong there at that moment. The dolphins will go attack them.
It makes sense for minesweeping purposes, but I didn't know they trained them to attack divers.
Yeah. Because we had some fucking Greenpeace guys try and fucking put some shit on our ship in Tokyo Harbor.
Really? Greenpeace.
Yeah, they wanted to put a fucking sign, the big old peace symbol. They had these it was a cloth sign, but it had magnets on the corner, and they wanted to fucking put that on the side of the carrier, a big peace sign. And the fucking
they
dolphins.
They found a piece of pain from the dolphin.
Well, they found that they could breathe the air a lot better on the surface.
Could you imagine if a 400-pound dolphin comes swimming full blast and blasted you in the fucking ribs?
Oh God.
Oh jeez.
It'd fucking kill you.
Oh my God.
Look at that. We've got a dolphin in the chat. Flipper, the mentoring dolphin, tells us that it's also known as mentoring.
Boy, we sure have attracted a lot of mentors lately.
Yeah. And Polska Bob says there's a federal electrician.
I think he's talking about a channel. Channel name.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it says the federal electrician did a video on it, and each bomb there were 3 pigeons because they had trouble with shadows. Can you imagine how easily distracted a fucking pigeon could be in a bomb?
Yeah, that's why you have to have 3 of them to fucking have a backup.
Oh my God.
If 2 out of 3 pigeons agree, you get the fucking command.
Oh, what? How? It would be so sad to know that you got bombed by a freaking pigeon. It's like, really? I got taken out by a fucking flying rat.
Dude, I would be so pissed. If I got yeeted by a goddamn pigeon, man. Like, come on.
Well, the other famous guy that was studying fucking the effects of psychoactive drugs on fucking the human mind was a guy named Timothy Leary. And he made the mistake of fucking taking the drugs himself.
Oh, jeez.
And he fucking lost his mind. But he apparently was Walt Disney's connection to get LSD.
Old Walt was tripping balls when he was making all that shit.
Have you ever watched Fantasia?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good point. First time I seen that movie, I said, dude, this is a person tripping sack, and they're like, I gotta make a movie about this.
Woohoo! 1,100 miles. Okay. I'm off to Bisbee, Arizona. JR, are you still in here?
I don't see him in the chat, Brandon, but he might be, but he hasn't made a comment in quite a while.
Anyways, I think Bisbee is close to Phoenix.
I believe you are right.
I thought JR was very southern Oregon.
No, I thought JR was close to Phoenix in Arizona.
Oh, because one time I swear he mentioned that he was in southeastern Oregon in the desert, high desert.
Hmm.
But
Well, maybe he says
I'm
a bunch
wrong.
of different. Maybe he says a bunch of different shit to confuse people where he lives.
Maybe.
Okay.
So you're loaded up. Are we going to play What's in Brandon's Rear that is
Well,
not clear?
I'm not loaded yet. I'm actually trying to do my 30. I guess I could do my 30 when I fucking get loaded.
I'm going to say right now that my guess is you're empty.
Yes, you're correct. Yeah, I'm 12 minutes into my 30, so might as well fucking finish it.
Ain't got nothing to eat it with.
Polska says the guy who got funded for that, the government gave him, I think it's $200,000 to pull that study off, which is the equivalent of like $5 million today.
Jeez.
Yeah, well, Timothy Leary was quite the LSD freak, and he's on the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band album cover, and so is the Church of Satan guy. I think he's on there too, isn't he? There's a bunch of people on that album cover that are weirdos.
Hey, I have a question for everybody here. In a comment section regarding Satanism, there was a person who was talking about atheism being secretly Satanism, which it was a channel where the topic was the philosophical implications of religion, more or less, mainstream religion specifically. But anyway, I was refuting that, and someone else had mentioned about Santeria being Satanism as well, and I'm pretty sure there's a difference there, isn't there?
Isn't Santeria almost like voodoo, where they worship the dead or something?
I don't know, because I don't know what Santeria is.
Black magic.
Yeah, it's the in the Hispanic cultures, and it's basically, isn't it like Hispanic voodoo or something similar?
I have no idea, but they were trying to lump Satanists, atheists, and those who practice Santeria all into one big category of evil people.
I would say that an atheist is someone that just has a complete lacking of a religious deity. They don't believe that there is a deity.
What would you call a person who is open to the possibility that they could be wrong about that?
An agnostic.
Agnostic.
An agnostic.
Really?
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean?
Agnostic.
Exactly what you said.
A person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or anything beyond material phenomena. A person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God. That's the definition of agnostic.
An agnostic is basically a fence sitter. They're sitting on the fence waiting to see which side to drop off on.
Well, then I don't think I can describe myself as an atheist or an agnostic.
Waiting at the finish line to pick the winner.
Yeah, they're
so.
Well, I don't know. I can't prove it one way or the other, so I'm just going to take this stance.
Well, I don't believe it because I see no evidence for it personally, right? But I accept that I can be wrong about this.
Look in the mirror.
That's an agnostic.
So, I don't know about that.
Well, you don't believe it. You don't disbelieve it. You have the doubt in your mind, correct?
No, I disbelieve it.
Oh,
I do disbelieve it, but I can be. Okay, so let me put it to you like this. If someone 10 years ago would have told me that our country would have been in this state, I would have been like, I don't believe you. But I would have been proven wrong, right? So
Yeah.
it's kind for me, it's kind of like that. I don't believe it because I see evidence to the contrary, right? But what do they say? Take everything you see with a grain of salt, or everything you hear with a grain of salt, and everything you see, whatever the saying is, I can't remember.
Don't believe anything you hear and only half of what you see.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Hey, Sam, I have a question for you, sir.
Yeah.
Well, it's two questions, actually. Do you believe in evolution?
Yes and no.
Okay. If you're an evolutionist, evolution does not answer one question.
Yeah.
How did life and creation begin? There's only one place that gives that answer.
Right, but here's the thing. Now, how do you know that God didn't create life and then to make it evolve? How do you know evolution wasn't part of God's plan? Why couldn't it be both? Why couldn't God exist and evolution at the same time?
Because
maybe he is the grand architect of evolution.
A turtle has never turned into an osprey. Humans have never turned into elephants, and elephants only live in Walmart. So,
but hold on, that doesn't. Wait, but that doesn't.
There are
evolution.
Genetic mutations, but nothing ever evolved. There's never been one proven animal that has ever evolved from a Chihuahua to a saber-toothed tiger. There are genetic differences between
you're setting up a logical fallacy there, Grinch.
You are. That's you can't sit here and take two genetically.
There's no such thing as evolution. Show me one place in history where something has evolved. There have been genetic mutations, but that's what evolution is. Evolution.
Evolution is genetic mutation to suit a specific need for survival.
No, that's not true at all. Human beings have genetically modified animals for centuries. That's why you have Chihuahuas and I have a black lab and somebody has an Akita.
Hey, Hemi.
Yes, sir.
Can you read us the Webster's Dictionary definition of evolution?
Sure. The definition of evolution. Descent with modification from pre-existing species. Cumulative inherited change in a population of organisms through time, leading to the appearance of new forms. The process by which new species or populations of living things develop from pre-existing forms through successive generations. Also,
it's what
the scientific theory explaining the appearance of new species and varieties through the actions of various biological mechanisms such as natural selection, genetic mutation, or drift. And what Grinch was saying, hybridization.
And who wrote that definition? Oh, I'm sorry. Darwinism wrote that. Darwinism was an atheist that didn't believe in God, didn't believe in creationism.
Darwin's been dead for a long time. There's some of us out here who
still exists.
Well, Darwinists may have written the definition of their theory, yeah. But it still doesn't change the definition of the theory. That's the common definition of the theory. It doesn't have anything to do with Chihuahuas evolving into saber-toothed tigers. That's the point I was making.
But no animal has ever evolved. They were created as a cat they're still a cat. You're created as a
Yeah,
human,
but how
you're
do
still a human.
right? But here's the thing:
So
when
where's
you
the
say a
evolution?
Chihuahua can't evolve into, you know, a saber-toothed tiger, well, yeah, because one's canine and genetically, and the other one's feline. They're two
But that's just an
genetically different
absurd.
creatures.
That's the absurdity of evolution.
But evolution doesn't suggest that a Chihuahua can evolve into a saber-toothed tiger.
It's evolution is all about becoming a new species of something that you weren't before, from something that
No,
already exists.
Yeah.
no,
And then
evolution
it
is the
became a fish.
evolution is the
That's not correct, Grinch, and that's not what evolution says. That's not how the theory works. I am not a evolutionist. Okay, but you got to properly outline the argument of the other side so you can effectively argue against it.
Well, what
You can't just make stuff up.
you still cannot give me one example of evolution.
Well, an evolutionist could give you millions of examples.
No, they can't.
But yes, they can.
No, they can't.
It doesn't mean they're right, but they can do it.
Hey, Chaos has a great point in here. He says Darwin was a 33rd degree Freemason who had an agenda to disprove the existence of God. So he might have had a little bit of like you said, an agenda. So I'm just putting that out there.
I
It's
don't
those
think Darwin
Masons
was a
again.
Freemason. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't think
I
he
don't
Probably
know. Let's Google it.
that's what I'm
Probably
looking for.
was.
Grinch. If I have a
let me
question,
get to
how
my
do you
point,
explain? Okay,
Here's the point on Darwinism. From all those 19th century philosophers that believed in Darwinism and atheism and Marxism, where did that all go to? What was the culmination of the practice of what they taught?
Scottish
I don't know
Rite
the answer to that.
Freemason Grinch.
It was Scottish Rite Freemason.
Yeah.
But how do you explain?
Adolf Hitler was the culmination of the practice of Darwinism and socialism combined. He was an evolutionist that believed that there were human beings that did not evolve to the higher level of his race. And we all see what happened with that.
But hold on. But that's a fallacy in and of itself, because
That's
people of different races of human. First of all, I only believe in one race, the human race. We're not a different race. We're not different levels of evolution. The only difference between
but I'm saying the people who believed what the 19th century people like Darwin and Marx and all them taught, they were all fellow travelers. What did the culmination of it was Nazism and the communist implementation in the Soviet Union and China.
I could see how that would be a driving force. Yeah,
that died from it because they believed that those people were inferior.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
that is true. Yeah,
That was the point I wanted to make. It just took me a while to get there.
I can actually give you a good example of evolution: drug-resistant bacteria.
Is that? Well, it's a mutation.
That's a mutation. Right? That's not an evolution.
But that's what. Yeah, but that's what evolution is. You're developed. It's everything is a mutation. My blonde hair and blue eyes are mutations.
When you mutate, you lose genetic information. You don't gain it. You lose it.
Not true.
That's
not true.
That's not true.
No.
When you mutate, you change the genetic information. It may be beneficial or it may be harmful. It's a change. You don't lose it.
Evolution doesn't mean progress all the time.
No, mutation doesn't mean progress.
Or yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Actually, mutation. I mean, evolution doesn't mean progress. Period. It means cumulative fucking mutations. My personal thoughts on it. If you've ever read anything about intelligent design, that's kind of where I sit on it.
I have actually read extensively on that. They have the spiral formation. They're calling it the fingerprint of God. Yeah, you could say that is evidence of the existence of God. But let me, and please understand, I'm not attacking anyone's faith here. This is to me just intelligent sharing of ideas. You could also say that the intelligent design is by nature extraterrestrial, because would God not himself or itself, depending on how you look at God, could God not himself be considered extraterrestrial, in that to us God would be an alien? He is not of this earth.
That's not true. See, there's three parts to God. There's Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Holy Spirit part is what fucks up a lot of people like the Gnostics, which I believe you're referring to when you were telling that, there was, I think you're talking about cybertoxin. And can you mute yourself?
Yeah, sorry about
Yeah, anyways, the Holy Spirit is everywhere. So how can he be extraterrestrial when he was here all along? And where the Gnostics fuck around and where the Satanists fuck around is they say that we are each part of God. Not that we have the Holy Spirit within us. Whereas a Christian would say we're children of God. We are, we are the sheep. We are the Lamb of God. We are we are not the Lamb of God. That's Jesus Christ. I'm getting all fucked up. Oh! Anyways, God is everywhere, all-knowing, omnipotent.
Lamb of God's a pretty heavy metal band. I'm surprised you know about them there, Brandon. Chaos had another little deal. He said, fun fact, Aleister Crowley was a 33rd degree Mason too.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, Tricky Dick just showed up. Hello, Mr. Nixon.
Tricky Dick. Oh,
I am not a crook.
I have some munging for Mr. Fisher.
Oh, it's a monger.
Oh God.
what's going on?
Oh my God, dude.
We say Munger and Outlaw perks right up. What the fuck?
No, I just wanted to know who came in.
Outlaw, what's going on, man?
What's up, man?
That's his favorite.
The only time.
Why am I hearing Riggs?
That must be Riggs.
Allegedly.
Oh, it is.
The only other time I heard the word mung was a teacher used to tell students, "You got mung on your face," and that just meant there was something on their face. Pencil
I thought it was
smearing,
muck.
food,
M-U-C-K.
whatever.
Chaos
Oh man!
Chaos puts in here.
Riggs would be Monk, M-O-N-K.
Right. This Hog Slayer's retired.
Riggs, you've got Monk on your face.
No, sir, I do not. I do not have Mr. Hammerhand on my face.
Oh my god.
You didn't go there. Okay.
Oh man.
I may be a retired hog slayer, but the gate didn't switch directions.
The gate just swung open and got stuck in the yard.
Oh god.
No, that's outlaw.
Wait, what?
I thought he got stuck in the tree.
Hit
Got
that
stuck in
shitter,
the
Brandon.
tree?
Mow it down.
They're just leaving that shit outside like that?
Yeah.
What the fuck? God, I'd hate to be their neighbors with all that shit blowing in their yard.
Fuck yeah. This place is fucking horrible. I rarely have been to a business that's just fucking poorly run.
Seems to be a common thing in the cardboard box industry. It's the same way at my plant. Right now, I got my storage area where I store all that shit completely fucking full. I'm even putting that crap into the roll storage room. You're fucking morons.
Yeah.
Fuck, as soon as I got in the door the other day, I asked for my trailer to take care of the waste from a certain department that's always complaining, right? The minute I got in the door, I said, "Hey, can I get my trailer?" They put it in 30 minutes before I'm supposed to go home, and it's at least a 3-hour job.
That's some bullshit.
Do a half hour's work, you fucking leave it for next shift.
That's what I did. Incompetence on the company's part does not necessitate an emergency on mine. You guys want to wait till the last minute to give me what I need to do my job? You're going to get exactly, 30 minutes worth of work. I'm going home. Fuck you guys. I'm out of fucks to give. You don't want to give me the resources to complete my tasks. Sorry. That'd be like Brandon's company telling him, "Hey, I need you to go to California and back, but we're not going to give you any fuel to take your truck there." It's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
It's so stupid. And then the people that are coming in the door anymore, it seems like, they're a couple fries short of a goddamn Happy Meal. I ain't kidding, man.
No,
Yeah, it seems like the PUDs are the ones that get hired, and the people who are actually competent got to go through a bunch of extra hoops to find employment.
Yep.
Hey, JR. JR, I'm coming to, what's the hell name? Billing? No, what the fuck was the name of that town in Arizona? Anyways, it's right next to fucking Phoenix. You want to meet up?
Fucking
Sure.
chaos. Yes, I'm using your tricky dick picture.
I just got a little notification on my phone, and it's from Truth or Talk. They put up memes. Have you guys ever heard of them?
No.
I haven't.
Well, he's got Roundup weed killer detected in fast food, and put up a deal that shows Panera, Arby's, DQ, Little Caesars, Burger King, Domino's, Dunkin' Donuts, Popeyes, and KFC. And he puts up what product they sell that has the weed killer in it. If you guys would like to know, it's a pretty short list, but it will kind of give you an idea what to stay away from.
Well, let's read it out loud.
Panera Bread has, they list the chemical name of the glyphosate. It's 225-53. So each one of them is a different version of a glyphosate. But Panera is the deli ham sandwich. Arby's is the classic chicken sandwich. Dairy Queen is the flamethrower grill burger. I don't even know if my Dairy Queen even has that. Little Caesars pepperoni pizza, so that's probably everything they sell. Burger King is the Impossible Burger, and I had heard about that when that first came out.
Shocker.
There were people talking about that one, the plant burger.
Yeah,
Domino's is
Billingsley.
pepperoni pizza. Dunkin' Donuts is the sausage, egg, cheese breakfast sandwich. Popeyes is the spicy chicken sandwich. And KFC is the fried chicken sandwich. So there seems to be a kind of a common core with some of these. It's the processed chicken.
And processed chicken, processed pork, processed beef. If
Yeah.
they're putting some type of fucking spice that has been contaminated with this shit in there.
Oh, okay. So yeah, because they use the Roundup, Roundup is Monsanto, and they've been poisoning food for a long time.
Yep.
So yep. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. I just threw it out there. If you're eating fast food, and I'm guilty of it, just about like everybody else, you eat it once in a while. But if you eat it a lot, chances are you're consuming these glyphosates.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I had to say.
Yay! Let's hear it for liver cancer. Woohoo! Yeah, Billingsley. That's the name of it.
Oh, and William Marcus
That would
just put out Lisa Page, Obama DOJ ordered FBI not to prosecute Hillary Clinton. Why is the mainstream media ignoring this bombshell?
What does any of it matter? What does any of it matter?
Yeah.
That'd be like a murderer sitting in court. Like, he's already dead. What's it matter at this point? Like, fucking morons.
What you were just talking about, Abe, that would explain why I can't eat fast food. If I eat any fast food at all, like any, less than 5 minutes is going to go by before I'm getting sick.
Sam, you might also have be allergic to oh crap, what is it? It's in Chinese food.
MSG.
MSG, monosodium glutamate. And they put that in a lot of stuff. I know a guy that is definitely allergic to that. If he eats Chinese food or anything similar, cooked that way.
But I can eat Chinese food.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Well, that's weird.
It's only McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Arby's, those kinds of things.
You might be allergic to the frying oil that they use. You might be allergic to the fucking absolute garbage they make their bread out of.
It's all them zinc cookies.
Yeah, you might be allergic to the zinc cookies.
Zinc cookies?
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask Sam.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Moki knows of a cookbook where you can make those.
That sounds like something that I might find out from opening a link from Riggs.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I should have known better, but I did it again today.
They get the zinc out of the sock, they strain it out of the sock, and then they make the cookie.
Yeah, but Sam likes it after it's marinated for about a week. He likes to sprinkle it like powdered sugar.
Oh, man. That's, you got any proof of that?
Zinc biscuit.
No, what my big secret is, I'm the one providing the material for the zinc cookie.
Oh, so you get high on your own supply.
Everybody likes their own brand.
Everybody likes their own brand.
Not me.
Sam is the Krispy Kreme donut Donut gleamer.
He likes to walk into Outlaw's tool shed with a bunch of donuts on the end of his donut holder.
Oh, good.
Damn it! Stop noticing things. Now I got to find a new job.
Ah, shit. That's all right. There's plenty of visitors to the tool shed. I'm sure he'll find a replacement.
Sam makes the donut moist.
He'll just take RO back.
Oh man, that's a lot.
Take RO back.
RO doesn't want sloppy seconds.
If not RO, then Johnny Midnight.
Oh God, here we go.
Hey, if he wasn't good enough for you in your prime, he's not really.
They don't deserve you. You're worse.
Jeez.
Outlaw, you got to replace those grab handles on the side of your workbench, man.
Oh, those aren't grab handles. Those are called love handles.
You gotta get Ape over there to make him a new bench, weld it up for him.
Well, the thing is,
Yeah, make this one out of metal.
Ape knows how to weld, but Rusty is like certified. He's been to school and shit. He'll tell you all about it. He's won competitions.
I'm
Competitions and shit.
I'm a certified railroad welder. That don't hold much. That don't hold much water.
Hey, Ape, when you redesign Outlaw's bench, make sure you add a grill sparker to the table.
If I made Outlaw a workbench, I would put a gynecological exam chair in it.
Mm.
Hey, I think you guys are like wasting your effort. Outlaw's 35 now. He's hitting the wall.
Oh God.
Oh,
right.
Are you post-wall, Outlaw?
Outlaw has no eggs.
Jeez.
That just means we need to relocate his tool shed to the hood.
Even the post-wallers can enjoy them stirrups.
They can Outlaw can hop up there and drain out.
Poor Outlaw.
Drain all that sink out.
Getting it again today.
Yep. Every day.
Every day.
It's all right, man.
Every day.
You know, you'd start to wonder if something was wrong if no one was busting balls around here.
Outlaw comes back like an abused spouse, but he really loves me.
Sam, when you go over to visit Mr. Outlaw, make sure you take a ball gag with you so you don't have to listen to his singing.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go.
But what if that's my favorite part? What if I like it when they squeal?
Oh God.
Well, that's the idea behind having the grill sparker attached to the table. Is when you're about to arrive, you hit that sparker and old Outlaw tightens up.
Mm.
Cattle prods or Viper Tech tasers work better.
Oh, do they?
Or you could just throw a little bit of pepper in his nose right when you're about to nut.
Ooh.
There's more than one way to skin a cat. That's for sure.
Oh.
Either way, it tightens his post-wall cornhole up.
Speaking of skinny cats, have you seen any?
Not
Said make them squeeze and clench up.
Yeah, Outlaw will start sounding like the intro to Sweetly.
I thought that was Chaos the channel. It opens up to Chaos going.
It does quite often on Chaos's channel.
The Invisible Man cough.
Oh, Chaos was talking to Char Aznabal, and and said something about that's not me who's using my likeness. So I wonder if somebody's fucking with his channel.
Talking about the tricky dick picture.
Yeah, I'm using the same picture he uses when he likes to wave his dick around. He just puts that picture up on screen and waves it around.
You'll get a text from Chaos that says, "Here's an unsolicited dick pic," and he'll post that picture.
And results oriented says, "I abstain." So he must be trying to get ahead of the curve on this.
Not when Outlaw's got that Reese's brand peanut butter. You don't.
Yeah, you're all talk, RO. It's one blowjob away from the plantation.
No, I think it's time to relocate Outlaw's tool shed to the hood. Since he's post wall. I hear they like them post wall. White bitches.
Hemi, can you clarify your statement, please, about RO? Was that giving or receiving?
Both.
Hemi can't answer because he's probably making some poutine right now. He's whipping up the gravy.
He's got
shit!
a chihuahua in his mouth.
I was on mute. He's an equal opportunist.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Any cock will do. Any cock will do.
Hey, Brandon, where are you heading in this town you're at to get your pickup, or you got to drive somewhere else and then start heading towards Billingsley?
I got to drive to Joplin, and then I've got to sit for a bit and get some time back on my clock, and then I'm gonna head to Billingsley.
So where are you at now?
I'm in Pryor,
Missouri?
Oklahoma.
Oh, Oklahoma. Okay.
Yeah.
So you got to go over to Joplin?
No, it's Bisbee. Bisbee.
Oh, Bisbee.
Bisbee.
Okay, because JR put in there Billingsley, and I couldn't remember what you had said earlier, so I just saw that. I thought.
Yeah, I just checked it. It's Bisbee.
Bisbee.
Yeah, you're in Oklahoma when trucks of that age in front of you don't have no rust on them.
And the driver doesn't have any teeth.
I can't tell.
Oh shit!
He's not facing me.
That pissed me off when I went to Texas. I was seeing trucks that same age as mine with no rust. I'm like, you guys suck.
Yeah, they don't put salt on their roads down there or mag chloride.
There might also be people that wash the truck.
That's a fair point.
Chaos says Sweet Leaf is one of my favorite songs. Well, yeah, he plays it every time he starts streaming.
Washing it just drives the salt in deeper.
There's some kind of neutralization agent you're supposed to be able to get for road salt, isn't there? I thought there was some kind of specialty cleaner that pulled off the residue.
Yeah, it's called moving closer to the equator.
Okay.
I know that the Mossad has a bunch of neutralizing agents.
Yeah.
And the CIA.
There's some in my ass right now, and I use it
It's
to
funny.
neutralize my enemies.
We're watching the news this morning, and my aunt made an interesting comment. She asked me, "Who the hell are the bad guys? How the hell do you know who the bad guys are?" I just told her they're both the bad guys.
Hans, are we the baddies?
Yeah.
You just say, well, whoever the USA is is giving money to and arms is the bad guys. Oh wait, they're both. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that's everybody.
Are we the baddies?
I
Hey,
find it
Brandon,
interesting that modern cops don't ever ask themselves that question.
Oh, RO says, I am not here. I invoke the rule. Oh.
Oh, easier, all right.
Oh, look at that picture of Sam's clubbed foot. Poor Sam.
I know.
The presence of your comment proves that you are here.
Sam's got the look on his face. Why the fuck did you just step on me, man?
He says,
I'm only a little chihuahua.
Get your boots later.
Yeah, piss in your boot.
Gonna leave a Hershey kiss in one of Brandon's boots.
Yeah,
I had a cat pee in my sneakers one time, and I didn't know about it. And I went to put my sneakers on before I realized, and it was still wet.
Yeah, you don't piss them off; they'll piss right in your shoes.
That's no fun.
Nope.
It's all right. If they piss me off, they'll end up in my meal.
Trade you in for some young guy. like Hemi.
I'm a young guy.
Because he says, you want fuck?
Sam will take his cats for a walk.
And if you don't,
I used to tell.
Fuck you.
I'd be telling my fat cat, the big one. I'd tell him, listen, man, you're chunky. Fuck with me, and I will take you down to that Chinese restaurant, and they will cook you for me.
Yeah.
Years ago,
animals don't understand English, but they get your meaning.
Yeah. In Johnson County, Kansas, and Brandon knows where this is at. We had a college down there, the Johnson County Community College, that we would have to go to for railroad classes. And
did they run trains on the instructor?
No. Across the street was this strip mall, and there was a Chinese restaurant, and it shared a sign with it on the above the doors. It said Chinese restaurant, and then the next sign right next to it said veterinary hospital.
I think I know where that comes from.
That's fucking perfect.
We walked in there, and I looked at my buddy, and I said, well, whatever the special is, it came out the back door of the building next door.
It's really funny because that's not just a trope, man. One of the local Chinese restaurants here, it's called the Oriental Star. They got shut down a couple times. First, they got caught casting nets in the river, which their restaurant is right on the riverbank. There's like a nature walk that runs along the river, and then right there is the restaurant. And then they got shut down again because they got caught trapping pigeons and selling it as chicken. And then they got caught again, or no, that wasn't the same one. But then there was another restaurant that got caught because they were feeding their customers small dogs and cats. That's true story. They got shut down several times for it.
Do they have a massage parlor next door?
It's funny, they did not, but there was a massage parlor in the same plaza run by the same family for a while too. That got shut down for prostitution.
Protein is protein. Protein is protein.
That's right. Protein's protein.
You order happy family and you get happy ending, round eye.
Happy ending.
Where do you think they harvest the cream of some young guy?
Right.
My friend said he went into the massage parlor one day because he thought they were chiropractors. And when he found out they were a massage parlor, he went with it anyway. He said, the lady asked me, "You want extra?" He said, he told me, he goes, "Would I be here if I didn't?"
Well, they kind of are a chiropractor. They take the bends out of your bone.
You end up
That is not an unfair point.
you end up stiffer than when you went in, though.
They pull a Tom Brady and deflate your balls.
Ooh.
They say, you get food at restaurant, we perfect wife. We keep your balls empty and your stomach full.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so simple, and yet they still can't get it right.
My second mother-in-law actually told that to my oldest daughter.
It's not rocket science to keep us guys happy.
Did she also tell your daughter to stab him when he doesn't comply?
No, that was my second wife, not my second mother-in-law.
Oh, well, I figure that's her mother, right?
She had to learn it
Actually,
somewhere.
her mom was fucking awesome.
Oh, okay. So she didn't learn her hand-to-hand combat from her mother?
No, she was fucking a lunatic. I think she got that from her dad, who'd killed himself.
Oh, okay.
So.
So what did your daughter say in response to her step-grandma?
You know, I don't fucking remember. I think she was like, oh, something like, oh.
Appalled, right?
Appalled, yeah. Because, you know, it flies in the face of everything they're fucking taught about meth, right?
Well, yeah, we're just a utility. Well, if you change the oil in my nutsack once in a while, I'm a better utility.
Right.
Keep the warranty.
Yeah, if you don't pet the dog once in a while, don't expect him to stay on the porch.
You hear that, Sam?
That's why you pet him every day.
Just
Sam's
not
like, I just don't want to get stomped on again.
Just not the heavy petting.
Yeah, he's gotten really good about fucking getting the hell out of the way.
I bet.
He's a quick learner.
Well, getting stepped on, I imagine, would have that effect.
Well, if you weighed 8 pounds and you got stepped on by somebody who weighs 220.
Yeah. It's quite the disparity.
220?
It's going to be 320.
Yeah, I would say
420.
You add a Benjamin.
I was going to say, I weigh about 250, so.
He's only counting his one leg.
Yeah.
He was only counting the leg he stepped on Sam with.
He just counted.
That's right. He didn't step on him with both feet.
If I'd stepped on him even full, you know. Poor dog.
Oh, you have a dead dog.
Oh, geez.
Well, he'd have been crippled anyways.
For sure. In the crock pot you go.
Charles says they were serving them cats and dogs with gutter oil.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, the gutter oil.
Outlaw's favorite.
We had a restaurant when I was fucking right out of high school called Hunan Express, and they got busted with 18 cats in their fucking walk-in freezer.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Jesus, man.
They were planning for buffet day.
Yeah, skinned and hanging.
Well, you know, it's crazy because that, like, is something that derived from their culture, right? And then you'll have people be like, no, they don't really do that. Like, well, yeah, some of them do. It's, like, part of their culture, man. You know, and it's not.
They have to eat.
That, yeah, so
protein is a commodity over there, and like I said,
yeah, that's what I mean.
Protein.
They have a saying,
that's what I mean.
In China, there's a saying: if the sun shines on its back, it's
Yeah,
good to
yeah,
eat.
yeah. I heard that one too. If its
Yep.
back faces the sky when it walks, you can eat it. It's like that's just about everything except people. Everything except the bipedal organisms on this planet.
But here's the other thing: is they eat fucking monkey too.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
So
They're not the only place, man. You know, a lot of places eat bush meat.
The animal
Yeah.
or
Bushmeat.
basketball Americans?
You know, hey
Let's
man,
clarify.
you say not the bipedal ones, but I guess some people didn't get that memo. So
That's correct. So some people still eat the booty like groceries. So
oh jeez.
that kind
My
of went
ex
away
got
when
mad at me one day because I wouldn't go down on her.
that kind of went away when everybody started, getting worried about monkeypox. I stopped hearing people brag about how they ate chicks' booty like groceries.
Like groceries.
Right.
Nom 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 nom.
You remember those old Pop-Tart commercials? Nom nom nom.
No, I remember the Mr. Pibb commercials with the flip top Canadians.
Hey,
I'm unfamiliar with those.
I resemble
It
that
was
remark.
You just watch what
mid-90s,
you're
I think.
saying, buddy.
What you saying, buddy? Not your
Listen
buddy,
here,
pal.
Not your buddy guy. As the slant say, fuck you, big boy.
Fuck your big boy. Fuck your mother. Fuck your father.
You bite me, you want dinner table tonight.
There's an Asian kid in school that used to tell people that. I fuck your mom. I fuck your daddy too.
I fuck your whole family, okay?
Yeah.
I fuck your grandfather.
Man.
I fuck your ancestor, alright?
He used to say, I fuck your mama so hard your ancestor will feel it.
Yeah.
This dude, he was actually foreign, like a foreign student though. He immigrated here.
So he could get away with
Legally.
get away with it.
Yeah. It was I thought it was hilarious though.
When I do it, they call it a fucking hate crime.
Right. Have you noticed that the rate of people attacking Asians has gone up too?
Because
I don't know if that's still going on.
You know why?
I do not.
Because of all the minorities, they're the ones that subscribe most to the white ideal of work hard. You know, they're not on board with all the gimme free stuff. You know.
You're
Yeah.
You're overthinking it, Hemi.
Am I?
They're the ones with the money.
Well, that too. Why do they have
be?
Because their work ethic.
Yeah, that's why they have it, exactly. Because they have a work ethic. And I like what Morgan Freeman said about racism. Just let it be. Stop talking about it.
Hey, you sound like you got a white.
Hey, Hemi, you know why the Asian hate crimes are going up?
Why is that?
Because Muslims, Indians, Orientals are all on the continent of Asia, so you can lump them all into one big bundle.
Okay.
So that's why they pump up the statistics.
You'd be surprised how many people don't realize that Asia itself is a continent.
From the Urals to the Pacific, from the Arctic to the Bosphorus.
I want to know when the term Oriental became offensive.
Well, I had some neighbors that were Laotians, and I said, "What ocean?"
Laotians.
Yo.
I'll tell you what.
Fucking king of the hill, man. That was good. That was a good impression.
Yeah, they're just as much of a female as the rest of them. I watched one of my coworkers at the casino I worked at. He married some Laotian bitch and married her, and then, you know, of course, all the family came with them. And as soon as they all had their papers, you know, all of a sudden a divorce pops up.
Well, that's what they mean by fuck my whole family.
Yeah.
Don't
You fuck my whole family.
don't think you can go get a foreign woman and bring her here, because she'll westernize real quick. Oh, we're here. Oh, okay. I can get away with this bullshit. Nice.
Yep. I saw it live in 4K.
We had this guy that
committed suicide over it.
Oh man, he's retired now, but he got himself a Filipino bride, and
adobo every night.
His last few years at work, he was working doubles every day because he had to pay off her $2,000 a month cell phone bill because she'd drive around in the vehicle talking to people in the Philippines on her cell phone instead of sitting in front of her computer and doing it for free. And she racked up like 25 grand on credit cards.
Jesus.
I know 2 different times, and he still was with her. I was like, dang. I sent her back to her family.
You got to drop that.
Go back to your family real quick. I'll fly you over there, and they've never put a return ticket on there.
Yeah.
There was a guy who had a similar situation here. He was I used to work with him on this construction job when I first got out of prison. I had a contracting job. I was basically just cleanup, but me and him did the cleanup. We were the gopher guys, and he did the same thing. He got a Filipino woman, and she convinced him to bring her family over and all that. And 6 months after he went through all the whatever he had to go through to get them here, get them their papers and shit, she divorced him and went with a drug dealer. And that drug dealer beat the living hell out of her and put her in a coma.
Oh, so sorry.
Well,
Good.
Yeah, I think she got exactly what she deserved.
Yeah. I mean, the guy worked triple shifts to do it too, and she got his house, half his shit, and yeah. I don't know where he is now. I hope he's okay. I hope he's doing better, but she ruined him, man. He thought the same thing the passport bros thought, like, hey, go foreign, But his mistake was bringing her here. All it took was one Western strag to inform her, you can divorce him, right, and get everything.
Well, don't think it's all sunshine and roses over there either. Because I worked in Vietnam for a year, and so many fucking guys get talked into fucking buying houses, building houses in the wife's name, right? Because you're not allowed to buy property. And they fucking milk them. They milk them until there's fucking nothing left, and then they divorce them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're in real fucking shit because every court over there is going to side with the local because they're local and you're not.
Yeah.
They will fucking, I saw so many fucking guys get absolutely destroyed financially. Don't think it's just bring them here. Yeah, they're predators. The fucking women are predators.
Yeah.
When you're over there, you're a stranger in a strange land, just like the old Iron Maiden song.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're all alone too. So there's that.
And trust me, the local authorities remember fucking the Vietnam War.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, most of them probably had grandparents and shit in there. Most of them probably had half their family wiped out. You know?
Sam, we will stop when I get up to the rest area up here.
And you really don't want to go looking in Canada for a woman either. I mean, Hemi's up there.
Sam Squatches. You come get your Sam Squatch.
Yeah, I don't want no Sam Squatch if she don't know how to fucking make poutine.
I've never been in Canada, but I've been inside a Canadian.
Hey, Hemi told you not to talk about that anymore.
Oh no, she was from was it Vancouver?
Don't kiss it down.
Did she say, "Is that all you got?" When you're pounding her out?
Oh, it was, she got mad one time I had her handle some customer service things for me, right? You know, go full Karen on somebody because I was getting pissed off, and because she was Irish Canadian, so like she was born there, but her parents were full on Irish. And when she got mad, the fucking accent came out, and I couldn't understand what she was saying. I'm like, "What'd you just say?"
Irish Canadian, so she liked to drink and fight and apologize after it.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Drink and fight, apologize after. That's a good one.
That one's the reason why there's a hole in my wall from my bed frame.
Sam, do you know what they call a woman with a black, or what is it?
It's with two black guys.
What do you tell? What do you tell to a woman with two black eyes?
What?
It doesn't hear. I told her twice. No, but the joke that I'm butchering is something about a black eye on a bride, and they call it an Irish wedding ring.
An Irish wedding?
Irish wedding
That's
ring.
Funny. That's funny. Irish wedding. I've actually heard that other one, though. Nothing. You already told her twice. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't have sympathy for women anymore when they end up telling someone, "Oh, he beat me." Well, you selected him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the sympathy because they fucking shit test.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking constantly shit testing, and that you're poking a fucking bear, ladies.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like poking a bear and expecting it not to maul you.
I didn't ever hit my old ladies, but I can understand why people do.
I bet you wish you did.
The only time I've only ever struck a woman one time in my life, actually one time, and that was after her hitting me first. And it wasn't even like I thought about it; it was reflexive.
Oh, you misogynist!
I know. You know what's funny? Is that she didn't call the cops on me for it.
I don't feel sorry for women that get beat because they are either living with a man and supporting him, or they are living with a man being supported by him. You have a choice to get out of there either way.
Yeah.
And if you start shit, and then they get beat on, and then they use that as clout to go talk to all their friends and get pity party and drama, and that's what they feed off of.
And then add in the number of false convictions for it too. So there's that. Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up with that shit. My sisters would sit there and poke the bear, and then when I finally got up and decided I'd had enough and started knocking heads, I was the asshole.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I got booted out at 16 or 17 because my sisters would sit there and have a go at me, and then I'd tolerate it for a little bit. I'm like, hey, fuck off. I'm like, I'm not in the mood for your shit. And then they keep
You know why they do it?
pushing, and then I'd just fucking just start wailing on them, and then they'd go "Ooh," to my mother.
You know why they do it? Because they know they'll get away with it.
They're bored. That too.
Well, that and nothing better to do, yeah.
I don't talk to either of them anymore. I basically disowned both of them.
I love watching the videos where some broad comes up to a guy and thinks that she can just haul off and belt him, and he slaps the fucking taste out of her mouth. And then they play victim.
Like that one clip of that blonde at the bar that goes fucking yapping at the dude, and then he just knocks
like
her
a Russian, like a Russian guy or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell it reset her.
I'll tell you from personal experience. Russian dudes do not give a fuck. Yeah, I knew 3 Russian dudes. I had a Russian friend. I was friends with his dad and his brother. His dad died over in Russia, his real father. And his mom met some dude over here like 5 years later, and they moved here, and they lived in Buffalo. And I used to hang out with this dude. And
was it a great white
I remember
buffalo?
sitting there one day. Huh?
Was it a great white buffalo?
I don't think so. I don't get that reference, but
Brandon would.
I'm sure.
Well, his stepmom was just one day going at his dad. And I mean, just for no reason. We were all just sitting there. She was in the kitchen talking on the phone with some other person. And me and him and his brother, as well as his dad, were all sitting there. Me and the other 2 kids were all playing video games. And his dad was sitting there. I don't remember what he was doing. Something he was doing something with his gun. And it was all like taken apart on the table and shit. And she just comes out of nowhere.
Yep,
Bronco.
Not a Bronco.
It's not a Bronco.
No, it's not a Bronco.
She just came out of nowhere and just was going in on him, and then started getting in his face, and like he put his hands on her shoulders a minimum of like 3 times, and he's like, back up out of my face. Real calm, real slow. And I knew what was about to happen. She got into his face, and he just let her have it, man. He laid it across her face. She had a handprint on her face for like 4 hours. Ironically, yes, she did.
You gonna learn today.
But his stepmother was it was his dad. His mom died. I'm wrong. His mom died, and his dad is the one who remarried over here and then moved. My bad. I said that wrong. But she was Hispanic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those spicy Latinas.
Gave her the right hand of fellowship.
He liked to call it the red right hand of retribution. My friend did. I was like, dude.
Brandon's
you go siesta now, bitch. Yeah.
Why she go night?
You go siesta now, bitch.
I mean, there's some really fucking gnarly dudes out there, but you know, I've noticed that these women do not. Like, if a dude will sit there and be like, "I will clock you," right? They don't believe him if they're not like an outright, thug type of person. And then they're all surprised when you got straight up told, "Get out of my personal space," or "Stop hitting me," or "There's going to be consequences." And the surprised look on their face is always the same. It never fails.
Having lived in Eastern Europe as well, there are tons, and I mean tons, of Russian cucks. So don't think that just because someone's Russian, they're all based.
Oh, I know that. I get it.
You just made the statement that he's Russian. They don't give a fuck. Well, yeah, they do. There's a.
Well, I should have clarified the based Russians. I should have clarified. My bad.
Based,
but that's what I meant.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Brandon, are you about to go inside and get your daily dose of slap and tickle from the Jizz and Jet?
No. Unfortunately, not.
Slap and tickle.
He is at a come and go.
That's true.
Going to get Sam a roller dog.
Oh man. Oh
And pretty-
Jesus.
And when he
Give it-
leaves, he came and went.
Giving Sam a roller dog would be about like Big Mike giving Barry the old Louisville Slugger in the back door.
Brandon, you were up early this morning. Get yourself a couple roller dogs and put some chili and cheese on it.
And then some coffee to really supercharge it.
Oh, he's out.
Jesus, who's that homo?
Looks like a giant traffic cone.
I was just gonna say, it's like a big old construction cone with that shirt on.
Either that or it was the Great Pumpkin.
Ah,
Oh,
Brandon,
I get that
Brandon is
reference.
Brandon is the Blumpkin.
he was
Blumpkin. The great Blumpkin.
he was carrying his
Blumpkin?
dog like a football.
Like a purse. Like his purse.
Yes, his man purse.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Tucks it up under his arm like a purse.
I wonder if Sam rubs his cock and balls on Brandon's forearm as he's walking.
You know it.
You know, it's crazy.
Brandon,
I was thinking about starting up with the archery again because I kind of let myself lax on the archery for a while. I went to the store to check on, how much arrows cost now.
Oh,
Fucking carbon arrows are $12 a piece.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Brandon's fully armed with ball ammunition.
Oh, here he comes back with his merce. Oh, Sam's on the run.
He's got zinc tipped ammo.
Come on back here now, Sam. Fuck you, you stinky bastard. I'm free.
You step on me.
All we do is sit in that fucking truck. I want to stretch my little legs.
It's
I'm
narrating
tired of
for the dog.
I'm tired of you
Yeah.
farting on me.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's why he gives them the roller dogs, because he likes the smell of his farts. They're cooped
My
up
dog
in that
won't sit in enclosed spaces with me anymore.
No.
I'm guessing you gas him like I do everybody here.
She doesn't like it. I'll fart and she'll look up at me like, dude, bro, come on, are you serious?
Yo,
And
what
she'll
the fuck
move.
wrong with you?
I got my cat like that once. She likes to sit there and lay in between my knees when I'm sleeping. She'll just curl up down there. And I can feel my gut a rumbling. I just let it fucking rip.
No mercy.
No mercy. And then a couple seconds later, I hear her fucking hissing at me and run away.
Oh
There's
man,
no puppy dog.
looking all dejected. Well, it's what happens. You gotta let it out. Better out than in, right?
Well, I guess.
You're carrying that little dog around like Leona Helmsley.
Brandon looked like a really fat Paris Hilton carrying a chihuahua around.
Oh jeez. If Paris Hilton looked like that, dude, I mean, I don't know.
Jesus.
Well, Brandon's
That
got her
homosexual
eyes
that walked
like
in front of the truck.
Oh my God, have y'all seen the Olsen twins lately?
Dude, they're like fucking bulimic fucking witches.
They look like
Oh my God, they look like fucking ghouls from Fallout, man.
They're ghouls. Yeah, they're ghouls, all right.
Look like they're gonna start running at you and fucking hitting you and shit.
They look
Well,
like
No, don't eat my flesh.
Well, where do you think they got the models for 7 Ways to Die?
Hey,
That's a good one. I like that.
That girl had a Heath bar. Heath Ledger.
Oh,
Heath Ledger.
She went to the bar.
Oh wow.
Did
And
Sam
licked, and
expel a
licked some
couple of
lumpy liver.
roller dolls?
You guys remember that show, The Crypt, with the Crypt Keeper? Tales from the Crypt?
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Diane Feinstein?
Yeah, there you go. You go do some munging with Diane Feinstein.
Oh my God! Don't say that. Don't say that. I regret
And-
opening that link.
And then when you're about to bust, you hook the jumper cables up to her nipples and she tightens up real quick.
Oh man.
Or a taser, whichever
Is that what the-
flavor works for you.
Is that what the pepper in the nose is for, Outlaw? Supposed to make everything clench up?
The pepper only works if they're living.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, when
Was
they've
pink Jeep?
stiffened up a bit, you need the electric.
Ratchet strap.
Remember,
What's the ratchet strap for?
remember,
It
Sam, when
tightens,
you're
it tightens them up. A couple of fucking clicks on the ratchet, the tighter they get.
when you're ready to do your munging, have Tess Holiday sit on the body.
Oh
Just-
God.
She'll squeeze it all out like a tube of toothpaste.
Mm-hmm.
How do you even come by knowledge like this? Like is this? How do you find things out like this?
This is what the Bible refers to as a reprobate mind.
It's rigged. That's his bag, baby.
Oh God.
It's bad.
See,
bad.
I sit around thinking about ways to break the minds of people who prey on others.
Okay.
Apparently, I'm different.
You need to brainstorm with this guy and take yourself to a whole new level.
Okay. You guys know MGTOW Master
Let-
Reese,
Go ahead.
right?
Reese, yeah.
Okay. He's not the only one that's got a creative mind. He still uses it to talk panties off of chicks. I now use it to gross e-fuckers out. Same creative mind. You get very good at being descriptive.
It's probably the same. It's probably the same fucking material too.
Oh man.
Yes and no. When you're talking that 50 Shade shit to these chicks to talk them out of their panties, you're very descriptive because you got to get them off mentally, and that requires being very good with words and being very descriptive. But since I'm retired from such things, I use that mental skill to word things in a way that make everybody go.
That's not a problem.
Nah, man. When I opened that link the other day from you, Riggs, I was like,
Don't do that.
I had to take a minute. I know.
Curiosity
I had to
killed the
take a
cat.
minute to recollect myself. Because that pushed everything to a whole new level for me.
I don't touch hot burners. I don't open links from Riggs.
But you still stick forks and toasters, right?
No, I don't do that either.
Oh man, that's fun.
No, he sticks his wiener in what Amazon calls banana cleaners.
Damn, I forgot I was going to say now. Oh, I came up with a fairly, I thought it was fairly creative way, but I never got to test it, unfortunately, because you don't want to go down on a drag. But
Don't want to get throat cancer.
give her some of that tongue action where you eat your meals,
What, right? in the
wherever you
kitchen?
eat breakfast or dinner at, right there at the table.
It might be with the day's Modern Woman, it might be the only meal you'll get at the table.
Yeah, no kidding. I wouldn't put my mouth on these modern women at all. Man.
I don't cook. I'm above that shit.
I don't cook,
Yeah,
I don't clean. Yeah, you will if you want to sleep indoors.
Results here. Yes. Abuse anyone else besides me. Oh, doggy boy, we're not done with you.
Oh man.
That's all right. His punishment is he's got to lick peanut butter off of Lizzo
Lizzo.
and out of all her creases after she hasn't showered for about a week. So it marinates.
Oh,
And
jeez.
There goes Hemi's truck. It's all green.
Yo, I could not. I'm like I could not stand living with women, man.
I did it once, never again.
Don't you live with your mother?
Is it your aunt?
Who?
Don't you live with your aunt or your mom?
That's different. She's not disgusting.
That's different.
Vast difference. She's elderly and she still lives by her, traditional kind of mindset. And I stay here to make sure she's not by herself. So if something happens, there's someone here to help her.
Mr. Clairol and Aquanet is in the chat again. Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
The Krusty Krab here?
Yep.
Cajun crab scratcher.
The Krusty Krab.
So I guess I should have said I couldn't stand living with modern women.
Living with a woman you're sleeping with.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
Tourist himself.
Yep. Where's our dolphin mentor when you need him?
Yeah, we do need the dolphin mentor back.
Rusty needs some mentoring.
Yep.
Jeez.
It's Flipper.
Mentor Rusty so his
faster
legs
than
work.
lightning.
They call him Mentor.
mentor.
What's that, Mentor? Timmy's in the well?
Oh, good. He can't get away then.
No, Brandon sinked in his blowhole again.
Oh, jeez.
We had a guy in
He
here
didn't
who
even ease it in either. He just rammed it in.
Brandon does Philadelphia sidecars on dolphins.
Oh my God.
Well, it ain't a velocity hole, but it'll do.
He gives Flipper.
Oh, Jesus.
Gives Flipper some saltwater toffee right in the blowhole.
Oh, man.
Then
Guys are
afterwards,
something else.
The dolphin goes.
Have you guys ever seen a dolphin sneeze?
A dolphin's what?
Sneeze.
It probably looks like a woman queefing cum out of her snatch.
Yeah. Because dolphins don't have noses, do they?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think they just have the blowhole thing.
I believe dolphins have nostrils because they do can use scent to hunt, along with.
Oh yeah.
Huh. I don't know.
But I don't know.
Let's ask Dr. Google.
I'm looking it up now.
I would imagine a dolphin can cough out of its blowhole, but I don't know if it can sneeze.
The blowhole on top of a dolphin's head acts as a nose, making it easy for the dolphin to surface for air. And I'm looking at pictures, and there are no nostrils.
Oh, I stand correct.
Nope. No nostrils, just a blowhole. Let's see. their respiratory system. It works similar to ours, apparently.
So you
They're
could fart
mammals.
right in a dolphin's face and it won't be offended because it can't smell it.
I don't
But
think
if
there's
you
any
ride
reason to
them,
suggest they can't smell.
But if you're riding on its back and you fart, you'll blow it up.
Let's see. Can dolphins smell? Let's see what we got. Dolphins have no sense of smell. Dolphins are well known for their extraordinary hearing. But did you know they have no sense of smell? Dolphins have olfactory tracts but lack olfactory nerves. In case you're wondering, if dolphins can't smell, do they have a sense of taste? Yes, but they can only taste salt.
well, there you go. That's why they like the zinc so much. They love that salty taste.
Man.
They like
Well,
Rusty's crabs in there too.
if I'm not mistaken, isn't a scent like a smell? Isn't it just like, how would I put it? Hydrocarbons. And being underwater, they wouldn't encounter hydrocarbons. So,
Except for water. It's
well,
hydrogen, right?
okay,
And
they
fish,
wouldn't they wouldn't encounter the aromatic variety of hydrocarbons,
Okay.
as
Well,
far as I can tell.
Scent can go through water because sharks can smell blood.
Right, but they breathe through they breathe water, and that's where the scent would be carried.
Yeah,
Dolphins breathe air.
that would be the difference. So I guess hydrocarbons are detectable through water then, but only if you don't breathe air.
Very,
Well, if
very
you're
good.
underwater,
Thank you.
you can't.
Is there any other work
breathe
you
air,
could do?
Right?
Well, no, you can't, but that's why marine mammals have to surface.
You use your nose to do the smelling. If you in the water because you're breathing the water.
Mama said that's why dolphins are so angry because they ain't got no noses.
That's right. And if they're ever mean to you, they're doing it on purpose.
On purpose.
But
I don't think they'd want to nose around Rusty with all that Clairol and Aquanet going on.
Jeez.
Might chemical burn. Knowing Rusty, he probably styles his hair down south too.
He's got a bouffant talk.
Get that something about Mary treatment.
I guess.
You guys ever seen that movie?
Yep.
What about Two Girls, One Cup?
Oh man.
Yeah, I saw that movie.
Outlaw's favorite movie is Human Centipede.
Outlaw must have got tired of us making fun of him and he left.
He's in his tool shed. He's in his tool shed fapping.
Oh, I'll tell you what. That guy's
Staring
always in my tool shed beating his meat.
He's fapping to a picture of Rusty and Flipper. That damn mentoring dolphin sure is slacking around here.
Oh, that's a shame. I was
wonder
actually
who
going to
that
ask Outlaw if he wanted to do a collab.
I wonder who that mentoring dolphin could be.
I wonder where Bush's gay mentor is and all the other mentors.
Oh, did you hear that, Rusty? Flipper's horny.
Flipper wants a Philly sidecar.
Flipper says when you come to love him long time, bring some twisted tea and pour it down his blowhole.
So anyways, I was pounding out this blowhole and the Coast Guard showed up.
I don't know. Do you guys remember that that story Chronic did about the dude who said he got raped by a mermaid or a dolphin or something?
Yeah.
Pretty sure that was Rusty.
That wouldn't be the first time one of Rusty's ex-girlfriends did something like that.
Oh, man.
Rusty's used to have people having their way with his particular blowhole.
Oh, man.
Man, it's so cruel.
One thing I can say about True Blood streams is they're never boring.
Well,
That's
it's
for
an
sure.
echo chamber.
Rusty says, "Somebody call me." Yeah, Flipper called you. He's horny.
Did you hear it?
Ooh, one of the games I want is on sale now. 60% off. They must be hurting for money.
Buy now! Buy now!
What game is it?
Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy.
Oh, dude, I love Crash Bandicoot. What?
I used to play the shit out of it on the original PlayStation.
Yeah, me too, dude. I love that game.
Yeah,
I used to call him Bandicooter.
Yeah. Hoodamaga. No, it says it's normally like $40 and it's 16 or $15.99. So yeah, if you got Steam, hop on there. Fuck $16.
Oh, man. I actually got rid of Steam recently. Because think about it, right? Eventually, you're not going to have access to shit. What about all that money in the games you got when, you know what I mean? I mean, fuck the games for a minute. What about all the money you spent?
The Xbox 360 guys are figuring that out right now.
Oh, really?
They're about to shut down the servers for Xbox 360.
Oh.
And all the games that they supposedly bought or downloaded or whatever, or bought like a code to play it or something like that online, all the servers were shutting down.
That's hundreds of millions of dollars that they're going to lose that they've lost.
Yeah. It's a shame. I have Halo Reach, and there's certain armor pieces for the Mjolnir system that I can never unlock. I've been looking for like some sort of workaround because I want that fucking CQB helmet. I want that CQB pad that Emil. I want to build a Spartan modeled after Emil because Emil's my favorite Spartan from the Halo series. I love his death scene.
It's gonna have to get to the point to where if you download something, it's got to come complete download so that it can be played offline.
Yeah, and that's my big problem because after I would
disc.
Yeah. Well, even the physical disc, some content is required to be online. Because I have a physical, I bought it. It was still in the package. I got lucky and I found a brand new version of Reach that was still in the factory packaging.
We have a delivery driver in the chat.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Brian?
Oh, Rhino's bringing the meats.
Yes, he always delivers the meats to Ethel at the nursing home.
You want to know what's going on around here? We're just talking about fucking blowholes.
Yeah.
Blowholes and ghost riding grannies.
Flipper started making noise and saying that he was horny, and then Rusty pops up. So,
you guys ever seen that? Did you guys ever watch that show, China, Illinois?
who?
China, Illinois. It's
No.
like a college Adult Swim.
The only China
Animated
thing
show
I
called-
watch is was it China Uncensored or a Wow 86 or something like that?
Oh, geez.
Or Chinese buffet.
Yeah, how gutter oil is made.
Oh, man.
Got the oil. Cook your kitty. Cook your
Rhino
kitty.
says he's not speaking to me for 3 weeks.
Mhm.
The silent treatment doesn't work on us dudes. We actually enjoy the quiet.
Yeah, that's a fucking reward, not a punishment.
Fuck yeah. Or being made to sleep on the couch. Fuck, that's like camping.
Oh, shit.
Put us out there.
Whoa.
Put us out there closer to the fridge and the TV. Oh, I'm so punished.
No, not the couch.
I
Well,
always
actually, that one for me was a bit different.
I always refuse to fucking get out of bed.
Yeah.
They say, fuck,
Yeah.
you sleep on the couch. I'm no.
Yeah, fuck that. You're not kicking me out of the bed I paid for. Get the hell out of here.
No,
I agree with that.
My answer to that particular situation was, who pays the rent and electric bill again?
Yeah.
She's like, you? I'm like, all right then. You can get the fuck out.
Who's sleeping on the couch?
Yeah, she went to sleep on the couch because she was all pissy because I wouldn't do what she wanted. It was stupid shit, mind you.
Yeah, it usually
But
is.
I basically, swung my dick around. It was like I'm the one that pays the bills. I'm the one that supports this fucking house 100%. You don't want to sleep in bed. Fine, go out there to the fucking couch. I'm not getting out of my fucking bed. I paid for it.
Oh, jeez.
So you're
Oh, this
sleeping
one's
with
already
your
got a
aunt?
legendary.
You're sleeping with your aunt?
What?
He's filming taboo porn.
No way.
Riggs, you were sleeping with your aunt?
No,
Okay.
no, that's Sam. You got me and him confused.
I think you got me confused with another Sam, buddy.
Keep having them senior moments, and you're going to end up right next to Rhino's date.
Well, you just said I kicked my aunt, or my aunt tried to kick me out of bed because I was the one supporting the house.
No,
What type of woman were you living with that tried to kick you out of your own bed?
my girlfriend that wasn't working.
Okay, and was her name Ann or X?
X.
Okay. Enunciation will clear up a lot of this stuff. Because I swear to God, bud, I heard aunt.
Yeah, you just got an ear infection. That's
Yeah,
all right.
probably.
It happens there, Brandon. It happens.
He couldn't hear you right.
Yes, he couldn't hear you right.
That's why he was trying to figure out what you said.
No, Rhino's such a not gentleman that he just tells Ethel to slide her diaper to the side. He doesn't even take it off.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
He doesn't even give her a baby wipe after he's done. He's such an asshole.
You see that episode where Stewie fucked Brian up because he owed him money?
Yeah.
Anyone watch
Took
Family
the
Guy?
tower rod off and beat him.
Yeah, then he threw the towel on. There, clean yourself up.
Yep. Where's my money, man? Where's my money?
I love the ending of that though. Stewie thought he got away clean, and Brian just kicks him in front of the bus. I fucking died when I saw that.
Rhino
I love
says,
that random. Yeah. I love random humor. When you're not expecting something random and outrageous, that's what makes it exceptionally funny, in my opinion. Why am I using frost and gets ignored? Some fucking fire up in here. She's still kicking my ass. Fuck.
Yeah, that Rhino's a weird one. He stores this chamber pot on top of the fridge.
You better watch opening that door.
Yeah, it's a strange looking chamber pot. It's got a Broncos label on the side.
Oh man. You sure it's not Steelers or the Bills?
Well, it could have been the Browns, but no. In Rhino's case, it's the Broncos because they're shit.
Oh shit! That's no better.
In the garbage.
Well, now I don't get that nice gear. Damn.
So, Sam,
What's up?
how's your dog?
She's doing good. She's actually recovering very quickly. She's livened up a lot, and I'm very happy about that. She still got the incision, and she still can't, be licking on it. But I took her out last night, and for the first time since she came home, she took off after a rabbit, and at full speed. So I don't think she's in as much pain as she was. Got no audio now?
Yeah, there's audio. Just
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Hemi, are you housekeeping?
I just came across a deal from this guy on YouTube, and it says the Sackler family has built a $14 billion fortune selling OxyContin, a drug that kills more people than heroin and cocaine combined. They literally kill more people than the drug cartels, and their drug is FDA approved.
Yep.
And it's got a picture of these two people, and then it has a picture of a dead person with a bottle of OxyContin next to him.
The only reason most drugs are illegal is because the big pharma doesn't like competition. That's it.
Yeah, because big pharma could never get the patent on cocaine and heroin.
Yeah.
My Thanksgiving dinner just hopped up on my chair. 16-pound butterball named Bingo.
Oh, jeez.
Gonna taste a little meowy. He's giving me the tilted ear and trying to get down now. I think he understands.
He definitely understands. Animals definitely understand us. Even if they don't understand like English the way we do, they definitely do. I've seen too much to think that they don't.
Look at the size of that cat.
Meow.
No shit.
That's 2 Thanksgiving dinners.
Probably break
If you
food
can
on
eat
that
that fucking thing, you have God powers.
Here,
No.
kitty, 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 kitty.
He's probably thinking, fuck no, dude, you're talking about eating me.
He's meowing at me. He says, "You quit petting
Please
me,
don't eat me.
fucker." He meows at me if I don't pet him. Needy fucker.
You know what blows? I have a copy of Fallout 4
Rusty?
on a physical disc, and it still requires Steam.
It still requires Steam.
Yep.
What the fuck?
And I just now noticed it. Not that it matters anyway. My computer's disk drive is shit because I can't hook up the ribbon connection underneath.
Oh,
You know that little
shit's-
clip
your
you
shit's
push
still
down?
old enough to run a ribbon?
Yeah,
Oh shit!
I have. It's from like 2016. I have an Alienware 14-inch model.
Fuck, I thought they've been on SATA since like what, 2006, 2007?
Well,
Gotta be older than that. I remember running
it's
ribbon
not.
cable in 05.
It straight up says it was deployed in February of 2016. I'm sorry, don't send me flying.
That's strange.
It's not. It's Dell.
Well, yeah, that explains a lot right there, Dell.
Yeah.
I bought one Dell brand new. I think it was a Dimension 9150. Like it had the dual drives. It had a massive hard drive. It was a Pentium dual core.
Yeah.
24 or 27 inch monitor with 7.1 surround sound. And once I started digging into how it was built, with component wise,
Yeah.
never again.
Well, this computer, my Alienware, for as old as it is, it can play the new Spider-Man game. It plays both Miles Morales and the Amazing Spider-Man games. It struggles a little. Huh?
If it still does the job, shit, run it.
Right, yeah. I mean, every now and then while I'm playing those games, it'll blue screen on me, but it restarts. It errors out sometimes, but if I have a board that's the upgraded version, because right now my onboard video chip is the 1 gig version, and I have a 2 gig version, and it's a good board. It's been tested. It's however, I think I have corrupted BIOS or a failed BIOS update, because when I put the new board in, it just black screens, it turns on, it shows me the AW logo and everything, but I can't get it to boot any OS from any drives whatsoever.
You try using a USB stick with that on, with
Yes.
the OS on it?
Yes.
That's weird.
It will not. Well, I think it's because I think it's because I need a BIOS update, and the BIOS on this machine failed to update properly or something. My clock isn't right, which is what leads me to believe that. Even if I could hook up to the internet, it reads the wrong time. Like right now, it probably says some shit like 10 or 11, like PM.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm. I downloaded a save game.
When's the last
off
time
of
you
Nexus
played
this
the
morning,
battery in it?
and the download time said 3:38 a.m. despite the fact that I downloaded it at 7.
When's the last time you put a battery in it?
BIOS battery might be dead.
Yeah, the CMOS battery.
Well, it's not, because ironically, I have a rifle sight that takes the same battery as the BIOS battery is, and I swapped them out, and I know the battery is good because it was brand new and it works in my site.
Chaos
So
says
I
you
don't
got to
think it's
lay
the
off
battery.
the hub usage.
I don't mess with pornography.
Your computer's got the herpaganosyphilades.
That battery
Yeah.
is responsible for keeping the time on it, right?
Time and settings and all that other shit. Yeah, I would throw it out. Fuck, CMOS batteries are, relatively
And
cheap.
if it's like OE from the age that it is,
Right.
Uh,
I wonder if maybe there's something different about the batteries they put in, because it's like a CR something or other. It's one of them big flat round ones.
2035 or something.
2032, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Exactly. So I tried that, but it didn't. Maybe it's something different about the battery then. I don't know.
When you replace the battery, look at the contacts in the surrounding area for any type of acid, damage.
Yeah, I did. There is none. It's clean.
That's good.
But that still doesn't explain why the new board doesn't let it post.
And you, like, when you set the time on it, when do you notice that it's different? The next reboot? Like the next time
Yes.
you boot it?
If I could set the time manually, and as long as the computer's on, it'll keep time properly. But if I restart or shut it down and turn it back on, it'll be wrong again.
Oh.
Yeah, that sounds like a CMOS battery to me, man.
Yeah, I would.
I thought so
before
too.
you
But
throw a lot of money into it.
That's the
well,
other
this
thing.
board cost me $200.
Yeah.
The initial
how many
purchase of the computer cost me $4.
That's the problem with technology. It's already obsolete by the time you brought it home, and you're talking like 10 years later. So it's like, it's not really
Well,
worth
when
that
I got
much
it, it was
investment.
in fine working order.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
You're really talking over people today. You need to,
Sorry.
you need to cool it.
My mistake.
Other than that, I don't know what else to try really, other than start with that CMOS battery for the timekeeping. That's a telltale sign. Every time you shut it off, and you lose the time setting.
Welcome to Missouri, motherfuckers.
Missouri! Show me
the tatas.
Show me the show me state.
I've always wanted to go to the Bass Pro headquarters down there.
Is that where it is?
Yeah, it's in Springfield.
Springfield.
Okay. Listen, they got a honking fish tank, huh?
Oh, they do. 3 of them. At least they had 3 of them 15 years ago when I went.
Oh, okay.
I thought they had 4 or 5 of them now.
They do. 15 years ago, they had 3.
Well, you're talking about.
They gotta have more than that now with all the land whales. What's the Chihuahuas doing?
Sleeping.
I'm sleeping.
Bladder all empty, and he's like, "Yep, time to take a nap, huh?"
Yep. If you ain't gonna feed me, I'm gonna sleep.
Pretty much when the truck starts rolling, he's like, time to sleep.
Recharge the old batteries for the next adventure.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, the yard where my company's based out of has a lovely fucking bunch of grass. They got a pond, all kinds of shit for a nice little dog to smell.
Yeah, it's always nice to let your scruffies out for them to get their little sniffing going on.
Yeah.
I love when I can have the windows open around here and my kitties can sit in the windows.
Look at it, all the birds they want to kill.
Yep, and do their ek, 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 their chatter. Allegedly, there's been some Pez fired out of that window at a squirrel. Bastard.
I don't know if it was recently, but did you guys see the news story about the guy that was running around a store attacking this lady with a bike lock? And when the police came in to take care of him, they had a guy with a freaking AR take point, and he just went right up and just started shooting, and one of the rounds went through and took out a 14-year-old girl in a dressing room.
Oh shit!
Did you guys hear about that?
No, but that's not good.
I was just wondering if anyone else heard about that or not.
That's why they say, know what's behind your target.
Yeah. And don't ever fire at a target you can't verify.
Well, what ammo would you use, if you want to hit somebody but not go through them? A 45? Big, fat, and slow?
Possibly.
And hit them?
Yeah, I would imagine. Well, it depends on what kind of ammo you're using, because that 45 plus P stuff.
Right.
I think you just have to have some standard ACP ammo, wouldn't you?
You would think. Yeah, an AR, it's still a 22, but I suppose if it's
beefed up 22.
I suppose it's still a 22, but it's got a lot of oomph behind it. But
yeah, it's like putting a rocket in a 22's ass.
Oh yeah. I've shot some of that green tip stuff, it's got some punch.
Do the police use that shit?
I don't know. We were bored and we wanted to go, pop a few rounds off. So we got some of that green tips and we're like, well, we got to have something to nail. So we got one of them deer targets that people shoot with a bow and arrow.
Oh, God.
And then we got one of them targets that flips around that says it's only rated for the light ammo.
Yeah.
it just put holes in it.
Oh, geez.
It was a nice.
Well, nowadays those
nice Pez dispenser. It was Daniel Defense M4.
Oh wow,
those
are nice.
Or something like that. Yeah, it wasn't bad. It shot pretty well. I liked it.
I'm after an AK, to be honest. I still got like 5 original Russian 30 rounders, the real steels. Because I had an SKS Type 56, and I did the conversions for it to take the detachable AK mags. And I still have 5 of those from back when I had that rifle. I'm after an AK now. I don't really like ARs.
You like AK-50?
I'd probably stick with either a 5.56 or a 308. Just something that's you can find the ammo for pretty easily.
I have a couple thousand rounds of 7.62 by 39.
Right, but you run through that and you go looking around for it. You got to stick with what typically the Army uses.
Yeah. Well, I can still get it.
Yeah,
I can still get it.
Get it for sure. Run it. But.
Well, rather, I can't now, but let me put it this way: it's available for sale in my local gun shop. I'll say that.
Right.
But you got to have background checks now for ammo and shit here in New York. It's stupid.
Yeah, 5.56. It's got a little punch, but it's still a 22. 308's got some decent kick. What 30
yeah,
out
but
6? 30 out 6 punches your shoulder pretty good.
Yeah.
And,
actually,
the shotguns with their their Power Shock ammo. I think it's by Federal. That hits pretty good.
Oh yeah, actually, shotguns are some of my favorite guns out.
I used to have a Remington 870
Shotguns.
before the boating accident.
Yeah. Well, what were the words of Clint Smith? A rifle puts holes in people, or a pistol puts holes in people. A rifle puts holes through people. A shotgun with the right load at the right range will physically remove a chunk of material off your target and throw that shit on the floor.
Yeah.
I love that shit. Oh.
No, the one I went for was just a standard pump action.
Yeah.
For
I currently have
one for the. Go ahead.
I have 2 pump actions.
I went for the pump action for the simple fact is any criminal worth their salt knows the sound of the pump action, and they know what's coming.
Yep.
And the second reason was the simplicity of it. There's not too many parts to lose or lubricate. You got your slide and your pin and all that bullshit.
Yep. Well, that's actually why I selected the Mossberg 500 as my first build, because of its simplicity.
My friend Juan's got the 500. I went with the 870.
I have a Mossberg.
Did Juan ever make any friends?
No, because he's the only number.
Only one.
The loneliest number.
That's funny. I have an 870 20 gauge Wingmaster. And I have a Mossberg 500 12 tactical.
Yeah, mine's a 20, and it's hard to fucking find ammo for that goddamn thing anymore. The next pump I buy will be a 12. But
yeah,
I couldn't turn
20
that,
gauge is hard to find.
Down. I couldn't turn down the deal.
Yeah, you'd be stupid to do so.
Almost brand new 870 that's barely had a box of shells put through it, for $250.
Holy hell! I paid like $8 for mine.
I couldn't turn that deal down, man. I'm like, fuck.
No. Yeah.
Like, right where the slide and all that goes, there was some light scuffing, and that was it.
So just some light marring cosmetic stuff.
Yeah, just basically signs that it had been moved.
Yeah. Well, I had to get ammo for the 20 when I first got it, and I couldn't find like anything anywhere. Ultimately, I ended up paying like $300 extra at the time because the ammo I did find were they were called these things called AccuTip, which they're non-sabbated slugs with these like green plastic aerated tips on the end of them.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, my 870 has a rifle barrel. Dude, it's like shooting a freaking rifle. Those things are pinpoint.
Yeah, I wasn't too bad with mine. I was, the last time I had it out, I put a sheet of paper at 50 yards, and I was able to put 4 out of 5 on it.
Nice. 4x8 sheet of paper.
Nice.
Yeah, a standard sheet of paper.
Oh, not like a sheet
like
of
printer paper.
Not feet. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
what was your grouping?
Paper.
What was your grouping
it
like?
It wasn't exactly a tight group, but I managed to get it on the paper.
It's something.
I didn't have no fancy, laser sight or nothing like that. Just a little ball on the tip of the barrel. That was it. And it's I don't think it's a rifled barrel either.
Oh, well, if you're using that AccuTip stuff, my suggestion to you is to get a rifled barrel. You're going to get at least 100 yards out of that. I'm telling you. It's nuts.
I have to look into that.
Yeah, it's really crazy how accurate that gets. I I don't have any fancy sights either. I did buy some Wilson Combat True Low night sights for it though, which they were advertised as for the 12, but they still fit my gun.
Is that the ones that's got the orange and the green bits on
Yeah,
it?
yeah. They work good too. I mean, the nighttime visibility of those things is surprisingly accurate. Surprisingly good. I've never fired the thing at night, but I have taken it out to see how far I could see using those sights. And you know, if you're outside at night and you need to nail something, it'll do the job.
I figure if a naked fat man chasing him doesn't scare him, I'll have the gun as backup.
There you
He's
go.
got a pretty mouth, boy.
Just gonna say something
Riggs,
like that.
Riggs,
Yes.
if they let you catch them, they want to be caught.
Yeah, and then I'll be right in their ear like old sleepy Joe Biden. You just got a pretty mouth.
That's funny. Do you have any other accessories on your Remington, or is it just
it ribbed for her pleasure.
Yeah. It's got the 26-inch barrel on it. That's about it.
That's not a Bronco.
Oh, okay.
But it is a Ford.
It's one of the few Fords that are offered with a proper stick shift in it too.
Mine's got the 20-inch barrel and it's got a mag tube adapter.
Yeah, I want that tube adapter, but I don't know where the fuck to find it.
I found mine on eBay, but it was $75.
You got to pay to play. You know.
Yeah. I had to. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted the original. You know, something that's gonna fit and work well. I don't want to put cheap shit on my, my Pez dispenser.
Yeah.
You know,
I got a Knox.
A Knox.
Sorry, I didn't know you were. I got a Knox stock on mine. Is it Hogue? I can't remember. One of the two. Anyway, the point is, it's got a cam in it, a locking cam in the stock. So when you fire, it absorbs an ass ton of recoil, and it's got a rubberized grip on it.
Huh.
Yeah, that was $75.
I got the standard furniture on mine.
My forend is the standard because I can't find the tactical forend to fit the 20. So I have both my shotguns for home defense purposes.
The best shock, recoil absorbing thing I've ever had is I had a M1 Garand, and where you can insert this fucking tube that's got mercury in it into where the fucking cleaning tools were supposed to go. Fucking thing works like a dream. You hardly know you're shooting when you're fucking shooting that thing.
How's that work?
Well, force equals mass times acceleration, right?
Yes.
And if you impart that force to extra mass, it's just like when you're firing a fucking heavy gun, you have less recoil, right? When you're firing the same loads through a heavier gun. The same fucking deal.
That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I guess the physics would be the same. My mind immediately went to the liquid metal being the absorbent, for the shock.
Well, it is. It's very fucking dense.
Yeah, the weight of it.
I didn't know that.
It's very, very heavy.
Didn't know they had
mercury.
Can we ask our chemical engineer where mercury is on the periodic table?
I think you'd have to ask a chemical engineer where that is. But
That's what I said. Can we ask our chemical engineer?
Yeah. I don't think he's talking to us right now.
No, he's not talking to us anymore. I don't think so. I don't think so either.
Oh, we have arrived at the yard. Oh, time to drop this fucking trailer.
and a deuce.
Yeah, I might need to go give birth to a brown snake here in a minute.
Don't you do that on company time?
Usually, that way you can get paid for it. Man, it looks pretty fucking windy. Them clouds are fucking scooting.
Paid to poop.
Yeah, they are.
Brandon's about to get himself a blowjob by Mother Nature.
Yeah. Okay, I'm doing paperwork. Doing my paperwork right now.
This is one of the reasons I like shotguns, though. I was getting into the hand loads, and you can use like a lot of crap as ammo. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Especially if it's smoothbore.
Well, you know what
Who
outlaw
was
and
it?
a shotgun have in common, right?
Loads in the hand.
Loads in the hand and 2 cocks, and he's ready to blow.
Outlaw, you still with us, man?
No, he's not talking to us now either.
Oh, he didn't get salty, did he?
No.
He's off fapping in his tool shed.
I found flechette ammo on eBay too. Not like the full load, but yeah. I've got like 30 rounds of flechette in a box. I've got a single
or the bolo rounds.
Oh yeah, I haven't been able to find any of the bolo rounds yet.
You could probably make them. Take some ball
Yeah,
bearings
probably.
And, string them together.
You can buy magnesium shavings from like survival for fire starting, and you can put them into the what?
No, sorry, I delayed a bit. Carry on with your thought.
I was just saying you can put magnesium if you're loading your shotgun. Put some magnesium on top of the little cotton wad under the plastic cup, and put some holes in the wad. And when you fire, you're gonna get a freaking spout of molten shit coming out, almost like dragon breath, but not as dramatic.
Could you make bolos rigs with lead fishing weights and fucking cable? You'd crimp them onto the cable and then solder them up.
I would think as it's flying out of the barrel, it wouldn't hold together because lead is so soft.
I have an idea.
Just sick outlaw on them.
No, lock them in Outlaw's tool shed with rigs and Outlaw at the same time.
Lock them in there right after a slippy slide session.
Hey, you could take like motors from like a washing machine or something. If you rip them apart, you know how they've got that bearing with the hole in the middle for the axle. Go to the hardware store and get some thin steel cable and some crimps, and loop the cable through the hole in them bearings from the motors, and crimp it, and there you go. There's some ball rounds.
A ball bearing doesn't have a hole in it.
No,
I'm not. No, a bearing from inside of an electric motor. If you rip apart an electric motor and you pull it clean apart, inside the electric motor, there are these little bearings that slide onto the axle of the motor and help it stay in the casing. Do you know what I mean?
I've never ripped apart a washer like that.
It's got any type of standard bearing ball and race. I don't know how you'd attach any type of wire to a fucking chrome ball bearing.
I'll show you. Hold on.
All right, you guys can figure that out
Pontificate.
and then come back with some pictures. That'd be great.
Pictures.
But
And proof of concept.
but for now, we're gonna wrap up the stream. I've got to sit for a bit because the government said I got to sit for a bit, and I'm not happy about it.
Are you going to go again? Are you going to go again today?
No, I'm
No. Okay.
You got some
Head
poop
to
on your
Joplin.
dashboard there, Brandon.
It says head to Joplin for your weekly unload. Get a break if you need to before heading out. Load to deliver Monday at 8
Oh, excellent.
Mountain Time. So let's look at the load, how fucking far it is. It is.
Somebody scared the poop out of Brandon. There's a poop mark on the dash.
And you're at the end of your drive hours for the week, right? Like
Yeah,
your weekly hours.
I'm almost out of my fucking 70. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's 1,104 miles. They say that's the fucking.
2
We'll
days.
just go with that number now. So that's 2 days. So
You're just gonna hang out in that area, or do you have an Uber back home somewhere?
I can get the company truck. They have a pickup truck I can borrow.
Oh, okay.
Can y'all guys see my screen or no?
Yeah.
No.
No, we're looking at Brandon.
Oh,
Anyways, Hemi and Riggs, if you could stick around after I shut her down, that'd be great.
Okay.
Remember, no marriage, no cohabitation, and no kids. Peace out,
right
brothers.
on. See you later, True Blood. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right.
Hey, Sam.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Munging.